Good morning, everyone. We are live from Council Chambers. And before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery behind us take direction from security to evacuate. Council will take direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to a muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nikorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson might be a little late. She sent us a notification. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right. Councillor Hamilton, can you move the adoption of the agenda, please?
I'll move that the May 28th to 30th City Council public hearing meeting agenda be adopted with the following change. Orders of the day. That orders of the day for May 28th to 30th City Council public hearing be changed as follows. May 28th, City Council public hearing adjournment at 5 p.m. May 29th, City Council public hearing continuation adjournment at 5 p.m. And May 30th, City Council public hearing continuation adjournment at 5 p.m.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. We have a motion on the floor. Please vote.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Sohi, I have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to double check. Are we planning for backup days? I think I understand the reason we have to shorten time is because of staffing considerations. We don't necessarily have staff that can be here the whole time. But with the number of speakers registered, I'm just wanting to figure out what the plan would be for potential added days.
If we don't finish the agenda, we'll get a good sense by maybe tomorrow, right? And we'll work with clerks and find more days.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure, because obviously we've got a lot of folks who are giving up time to be here, and
Yeah,
so want
absolutely.
to plan around their schedules too, and not make it so that they
Yeah, got
have
it.
to do that, so, okay, if there's, yeah, and from what I understand,
find
there's
more
no way
days.
to stay late because we don't have staff.
Yeah, that's the reason. Yeah,
Okay,
good.
okay.
Okay, so please vote.
Wait, I have a question. I can't log in.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it's spinning on eScribe. Just to legal, there's no issues with the advertised time, because this is a public hearing, and the change in orders.
The change in orders doesn't cause me any concern. If we were starting earlier than we said that we were going to do,
Okay.
then that would be a cause for concern, but in this case, no issues.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
good.
you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Rice?
Just a quick question, and for the people who register to speak and they cannot make during working hours, and they only can make in the evening. How do we deal with that?
I think we don't allocate a time for speakers to say what time they can speak. It's usually in the order they register, and that's how we schedule their time. That's my understanding. Maybe Nancy?
You are correct.
Yeah.
Speaker, there wouldn't have been a
Yeah.
guaranteed time given to any speaker.
I don't think we have ever done that, yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. I do have one. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I would like to take a moment before we begin this morning to recognize Seniors Week, which is June 3rd to 9th. As our city continues to grow and we welcome new people, we remain committed to supporting those who have helped us succeed and prosper for so long. Edmonton is part of a global movement exploring what actions our cities can take to enhance the ongoing health, participation, and security of seniors. The Age-Friendly Edmonton initiative seeks to build a city that values, respects, and actively supports the well-being of seniors. An age-friendly city is a place where older adults are respected and included, safe in their homes and communities, and where they're engaged, participating, and contributing to their communities. This is important because the longer older Edmontonians are active in the community, the more society benefits. For example, Canadian studies show that older adults are the top volunteers, donors, and politically active citizens in our communities. Here in Alberta, the population of seniors continues to rise faster than other age groups. Last year, more than 700,000 Albertans were over the age of 65, and that number continues to grow. I am waiting 4 years. Making sure that we have strong support for seniors will be even more important than in the coming years. A key component of our vision of our age-friendly Edmonton is one that supports the well-being of older adults. And we know that older adults consistently express a desire to age in their communities as long as they can. An age-friendly city isn't something that can be achieved on its own. To realize our vision, all levels of government and community organizations need to take a collaborative approach. We will continue to work in our communities to support Edmonton seniors as best we can, and we'll keep pushing our federal and provincial counterparts to do the same. So thank you so much for that. All right, explanation of the public hearing. Okay, before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees, and they apply to all of us. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. I will repeat that again. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers, or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet, are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, or once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. The meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. Now, the explanation of public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will call out the names of the people registered to speak. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide a presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those opposed, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, there is a virtual timer on the Google Meet, or you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a presentation, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at a city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Sorry, city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it's your time to hear from the panel. With that, now I'll go to clerk. Please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.1 and 3.2 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24000, District Policy, or Bylaw 24100, Repeal of Council Policies and Guidelines?
In favor, we have Trisha Larete, Edmonton Council of Early Learning and Care. Paul Lanny, Building Industry and Land Development Association. Elise Shillington, Building Industry and Land Development Association. Herman Condola, Building Industry and Land Development Association. Lindsay Butterfield, Building Industry and Land Association. We also have Jim Brown, Duncan Fraser, Rose Zimmerman, Path for People, Mary Frances Smith, Association of Early Childhood Educators of Alberta, in person, Amber Mack, GRIT, in person, Elric Reed from Students Association of McCune University, in person, Rhonda Bartz, in person, Chris Dolaba from Calidus Development, in person, Raquel Firo, Edmonton River Valley Alliance Coalition, joining remotely, Shelley Morrishead, in person, Carol Secord on behalf of Rob Smythe from Glenora Community League, remote, Kimo Mansare from Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, remote, Laura Cunningham Shipley from Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, in person, Brian Lardner, Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, in person, Melissa Penny, remote, Sherry Little, in person, Evelyn Shakun, in person, Francis Zanari, remote, Alana Cody, in person, Patricia Linker, in person, Stan Anderson, in person, and continuing with the opposed, Drina Schneider, in favor. All right, so well done. Okay, so that'll be the second panel, in favor, Drina Schneider, and carrying on with the folks in opposition. With second panel, Jacob DeWong from Grow Together Edmonton, in person, Andrew Bembridge from Grow Together Edmonton, remote, Dennis Thomas from North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person, Mary Gordon, in person, Stacy Bula, in person, Jan Hardstaff from Park Ellen and Scona District Community Council, in person, Beb Zabot from Park Ellen and Scona District Community Council, in person, Heather Swain, in person, Connor Smythe, in person, Rick Pelletier, in person, Kimberly Shanks, in person, Sylvia Van Loveren, in person, Anne Reynolds, in person. And carrying on to the next panel, in opposition, Idiko Jones, in person, Nicholas Rubottom from IDEA, remote, Chelsea Jersic, from IDEA, remote, Dave Onishenko from IDEA, remote, Cameron George, in person, Christine Watts, Park Ellen Community League, remote, Sheila Fimester, in person, Marcus Wilhelm, in person, Wanda Banas, in person, Elaine Scholes from Windsor Park Community League, in person, Julia Parker from Windsor Park Community League, joining remote, John Collier, Windsor Park Community League, in person, Melanie Polishuk, in person. Then carrying on to the next panel, in opposition, Wendy Antoniak, remote, Dean Boyd, remote, Debbie Cronrit Martin, remote, Kevin Taft, in person, Shauna Finley from Old Glenora Conservation Association, in person, MJ Kasza, remote, Walter Pavlik, remote, David Percy, remote, Devin Beggs from Belgravia Community League, remote. Christine Kowalchuk from Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, remote. Maxine Cohen, remote.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, Charter Bylaw 24004, Horse Hill District Plan?
We have no one in favor. Then in opposition, Paul Grewal, Landowners Group, joining remote. Dennis Thomas, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person. Wendy Antoniak, remote.
Is there anyone to speak to item?
I'm just going to double check if Ms. Antoniuk was actually registered for that opposed. I'm not sure that. Sure.
Well, we will come to that item. We'll confirm again. Okay, go ahead, please.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, Charter Bylaw 24009, Rabbit Hill District Plan?
We have no one in favor. And opposed, we have Dennis Thomas from North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person, and Sheila Femaster, in person.
Items 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8 will be dealt with together. Do we have anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24014, West Henday District Plan? Bylaw 24114, Repeal of Plans in the West Henday District. Bylaw 24115, Amendments to Bylaw 8733, Lewis Farms Area Structure Plan. Bylaw 24116, Amendments to Bylaw 11749, the Grange Area Structure Plan.
We have no one in favor, and in opposition, Dennis Thomas from North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person.
Items 3.9 and 3.10 will be dealt with together. Do we have anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24012, Southwest District Plan? Bylaw 24112 to repeal plans in the Southwest District.
We have no one in favor, and in opposition, Dennis Thomas from North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person, and Sheila Femaster, in person.
Do we have anyone to speak to item 3.11, Charter Bylaw 24003, Ellerslie District Plan?
We have no one in favor, and in opposition, Dennis Thomas, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, joining in person.
Items 3.12, 3.13, and 3.14 will be dealt with together. Do we have anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24007, Northeast District Plan? Bylaw 24107 to repeal plans in the Northeast District. Bylaw 24108, amendments to Bylaw 6288, Pilot Sound Area Structure Plan.
We have no one in favor, and Dennis Thomas from North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person, in opposition.
Items 3.15 and 3.16 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24008, Northwest District Plan? Bylaw 24109 to repeal plans in the Northwest District.
No one in favor. In opposition, we have Francis Zanari, remote. Dennis Thomas, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person. Debbie Cronwit Martin, joining remotely.
Items 3.17 and 3.18 will be dealt with together. Do we have anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24013, West Edmonton District Plan, or Bylaw 24113 to repeal plans in the West Edmonton District?
We have no one in favor, and in opposition, Dennis Thomas, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person.
Items 3.19 and 3.20 will be dealt with together. Do we have anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24015, White Mud District Plan, or Bylaw 24117 to repeal plans in the White Mud District?
We have no one in favor, and in opposition, Dennis Thomas, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, and Sheila Femaster, in person. Both are in person.
Items 3.21, 3.22, and 3.23 will be dealt with together. Do we have anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24006, Millwoods and Meadows District Plan? Bylaw 24105 to repeal plans in the Millwoods and Meadows District. Bylaw 24106, amendments to Bylaw 13531, the Meadows Area Structure Plan.
We have no one in favor. And in opposition, Dennis Thomas, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society in person.
Items 3.24 and 3.25 will be dealt with together. Do we have anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24011 Southeast District Plan? Bylaw 24111 to repeal plans in the Southeast District.
We have in favor Drina Schneider joining remotely, and in opposition Dennis Thomas, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society in person, and Terry Regier in person as well.
Items 3.26 and 3.27 will be dealt with together. Do we have anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24001 118th Avenue District Plan? Bylaw 24101 to repeal plans in the 118 Avenue District.
In favor, we have David Despins joining in person, as well as in opposition, Dennis Thomas, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society in person.
Items 3.28 and 3.29 will be dealt with together. Do we have anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24005 Jasper Place District Plan? Bylaw 24104 to repeal plans in the Jasper Place District.
We have no one in favor, and in opposition, Dennis Thomas, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society joining in person.
Items 3.30, 3.31, and 3.32 will be dealt with together. Do we have anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24002 Central District Plan? Bylaw 24102 to repeal plans in the Central District. Bylaw 24103 amendments to Bylaw 16648 Central McDougall Queen Mary Park Area Redevelopment Plan.
We have no one in favor. In opposition, Raquel Firo from Edmonton River Valley Conservation Society joining remotely. David Johnson in person. Carol Secord on behalf of Rob Smythe from Glenora Community League joining remotely. Heather Swain in person. Joachim Henge from Riverdale Planning Committee joining remotely. Dennis Thomas, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society in person. Lynn Odinsky from Glenora Community League and Old Glenora Conservation Association in person. Barbara Finley, Old Glenora Conservation Association in person.
And items 3.33 and 3.34 will be dealt with together. Do we have anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 24010 Scona District Plan? Bylaw 24110 to repeal plans in the Scona District.
In favor, we have Steph Neufeld from Garno Community League joining remotely, and Elaine Scholes from Scona District Communities Council joining in person. And in opposition, we have Dennis Thomas, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society in person, and Jan Hardstaff, Park Allen and Scona District Community Council in person, Beb Zabat, Park Allen and Scona District Community Council in person, David Buchanan joining remotely, Kimberly Shanks in person. That's it. Okay. Okay. Bylaws and related now selections. Just told that. There we go. Here we are. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I'll select items 3.1, 3.2. I'm going to go slow because I'm going to save the other plans for ward councillors. So I will go then to 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8. They're all together. Then I will go down to 3.17 and 18. Then I will go to the other last page and go to 3.28, 3.29. And 3.29, and then finally for me, I'll select 3.30, 3.31, and 3.32. And I'll leave everything else for other ward councillors.
Councillor Cutmell,
Thank you. 3.4.
yep,
3.9 and 3.10.
3.9, 3.10,
And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
okay. Councillor Wright,
Thank you very much. I'll select 3.11,
3.11,
3.21,
hold on. 3 point,
3.21, 3.22, and 3.23,
yep,
and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
okay. Councillor Rutherford,
Yes, thank you. I will select, 3.15 and 3.16,
3.15, 3.16,
and the Central Districts was already selected by Councillor Knack, and we're good then. Okay, thank you.
okay. Councillor Salvador,
Yep, I'll select 3.24, 3.25,
slow down,
which are together.
3.24,
Yeah, and 3.25,
yeah,
and then 3.26 and
Yeah.
3.27.
okay. Councillor Rice,
I have a few items already selected, and so that's 3.4, 3.9, 3.10, but I will select 3.19 and 3.20.
okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Principe,
Thank you. I would like to select item 3.12, 3.13, and 3.14, please.
okay. And Councillor Paquette,
Oh, no, I'm okay. I will add 3.3.
I'm just going through what has not been selected.
Mayor, the last two items to
Yeah,
be selected.
3.33 and 3.34.
Mr. Chair, I'll grab those ones.
Okay, thank you. That is everything that is on the agenda. Okay. So our next step will be go to administration for a presentation on first items on the agenda, which are 3.1 Charter Bylaw 24000 District Policy, as well as 3.2 Bylaw 24100 Repeal of Council Policies and Guidelines.
Good morning. My name is Kim Petrin, Deputy City Manager, Urban Planning and Economy. I am also joined here for the presentation by Kent Snyder, Branch Manager, Planning and Environment Services, Shauna Kuiper, General Supervisor, and Sean Boley, Senior Planner. Others from administration will also be available for questions. Administration is pleased to present the work of district planning. This includes the district policy, 15 district plans, and bylaws to repeal 54 existing planning documents and amend 5 others. The agenda items for this meeting have been arranged to first discuss the district policy, as this proposed bylaw will be applied across all districts. Our presentation for this item will provide a detailed overview of the district planning project in its entirety. If items 3.1 and 3.2 on the agenda receive 2 readings, the meeting will proceed to discuss the district plans. All of the bylaws relating to a single district are grouped together, as each district plan must proceed together with its related plan repeals and amendments. Administration has prepared a brief presentation for each district plan for those that have been selected, which includes an overview of the plan and any repeals or amendment within that plan area. It highlights unique characteristics of the plan, but won't repeat the content about the overall project. Next slide, please. The City of Edmonton is growing faster than predicted, with approximately 100,000 people moving to our city in the last 2 years. The need for more housing to be developed faster is growing. Edmonton is moving towards the city plan vision of a healthy, urban, climate-resilient city of 2 million that supports a prosperous region, where everyone enjoys easy access to amenities and services close to home. District planning is a key piece of implementing this vision and guiding our growth, and the work began shortly after the city plan was approved about 3.5 years ago. Just as the zoning bylaw streamlined our land use regulations, district planning streamlines our planning system, making it easier to understand and maintain. We heard at the zoning bylaw public hearing that Edmontonians want more clarity on what to expect where change will be in their communities. They want to know where taller buildings may be located and where new infrastructure will be provided. This project is part of bringing Edmontonians along on the journey of change. City building partners, investors, and builders contribute billions of dollars in economic development in the city, and district planning provides clarity to guide development and intensification. The opportunities for new homes, new businesses, and stronger connections across the city described in the city plan come into sharper focus in the district plans. These plans and the district policy provide integrated land use and mobility guidance for the development and infrastructure decisions that will help us welcome the next million Edmontonians. I'll now ask Sean, Shauna, and Kent to provide the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Kim. The city plan sets ambitious targets for how we will grow to a city of 2 million people, including 600,000 additional residents in the redeveloping area, 50% of new units added through infill citywide, 50% of trips made by transit and active modes. Residents can access daily needs within a 15-minute walk, roll, or transit ride. Nodes and corridors support 50% of all employment in Edmonton, and net per-person greenhouse gas emissions are 0. Achieving these targets will require thoughtful and detailed planning. Not only do we need to attract a greater share of growth to the redeveloping area, but we must connect that growth to jobs, amenities, and the transit and active transportation networks. The plans and guidelines the city currently has are not sufficient to achieve these targets. It was never the city's intention to rely solely on the city plan's 8.5 by 11-inch maps for all of our planning needs. For all of its strengths, the city plan does not provide residents, businesses, administration, or council with enough detail. Next slide, please. This is why the city plan introduced the concept of the district network. It will, quote, provide the framework for local services, amenities, land use, and infrastructure planning at the local level, close quote. If adopted, the district policy and district plans will guide and support growth and replace the current local plans and guidelines that are poorly aligned with the city plan. District plans allow us to repeal 3,700 pages of planning documents and replace them with the 16 plans that are before you today, which total fewer than 500 pages. It does this at a fraction of the time and cost of preparing area redevelopment plans, 1 or 2 neighborhoods at a time, for all 174 neighborhoods that currently do not have a local plan. Replacing outdated and poorly aligned plans means less red tape standing in the way of new homes and businesses. It means fewer policy conflicts and more clarity about how the city will change over time. Next slide, please. The district policy and district plans work together for complete planning direction. The district plans map things like land use categories. The district policy describes what those categories mean, what should happen in urban mix areas or habitat greenways, for example. The district policy tells us what the city should do, and the district plans tell us where. Both documents focus on the city plan's planning and design, mobility, and managing growth systems, and their underlying physical networks. This approach means we have consistent policies across the whole city, as well as local direction for where to apply it in each district. Next slide, please. Each district plan also carries the specific policies from the local plans it replaces in a section called Area-Specific Policy. This allows us to repeal the plans and guidelines that have served their purpose, but still retain their relevant policies. This section also provides a way to add policies when new planning work is completed for an area within a district, rather than create a new area redevelopment plan. This will help keep our planning system simple over the long run. New neighborhoods do still require more detailed plans, such as area and neighborhood structure plans. The district policy and district plans defer to those more specific plans where they're in effect and only provide high-level information in those areas to limit amendments and administrative costs. Next slide, please. By introducing district plans, we provide coherent and integrated planning direction from the city plan to the parcel level via district plans, other area plans where needed, and through the zoning bylaw. There are other projects underway that support the implementation of the city plan, including the Industrial Investment Action Plan, the Climate Resilience Planning and Development Action Plan, and an update to Breathe, Edmonton's Green Network Strategy. As these and other projects are completed, they may provide new direction or information to add to the district policy or district plans. This will keep our planning system current and focused on new challenges as they arise. Next slide, please. Administration prepared the district plans by drawing from the city plan, from other plans and policies, and from geographic data. We reviewed all of the planning documents currently in effect for policies that are useful and aligned with the city plan. Policies that apply generally have been written into the district policy, and policies about specific locations were incorporated into the district plans. We sought input from experts in diverse fields such as ecology, utilities, urban design, transportation, and development. Edmontonians also shared their knowledge to refine the draft plans and advise administration on changes to improve them. We incorporated their input into the district policy and plans when it was aligned with the city plan, relevant to land use, urban design, mobility, or growth management, and within the city's authority and capacity to implement. City Council and Urban Planning Committee also provided direction to improve the plans throughout the course of the project. Next slide, please. Administration communicated extensively to attract maximum public engagement and hear diverse perspectives on the draft plans. Digital advertising, road signs, media coverage, emails, and newsletters helped generate millions of impressions, thousands of survey responses, and hundreds of interactions at engagement sessions and public meetings. We never turned down an invitation to meet with any stakeholder group about the district plans in the 3.5 years that we've been working on this project. We would like to extend our appreciation to the many Edmontonians who care deeply about the city and their communities and who took the time to meet with us and share their ideas about how Edmonton should grow and change. Volunteers put in many hours reading the drafts, discussing them with administration, and getting the word out by hosting virtual events, posting signs, and encouraging participation from their friends and neighbors. Their input led to extensive improvements to the plans you see here. We are deeply grateful to the people who took part in the district planning project. Shauna Kuiper will now describe how the district policy and district plans will support development in alignment with the city plan.
Thank you, Sean. District plans ensure that there is clear support for new businesses and new homes in all parts of the city. First, they do this by mapping the boundaries of nodes and corridors and providing policies that support development at various scales in each type. This allows investors to make confident decisions about land purchases, understanding the scale of development the city will support. It also helps residents see where they can expect the biggest changes. The city plan established the nodes and corridors so that the city can grow more efficiently and strategically direct public investment to the areas that will see the most growth. Infill is good, but guided development connected to mobility networks and close to jobs and services is better, as it will create a virtuous cycle where new residents add more demand, better services offered, and this in turn encourages more residents and businesses to locate in those areas. The result over time will be a community of communities where people can meet their daily needs at the nodes and corridors that are close to their homes. Density and an efficient pattern of development also contribute to our greenhouse gas reduction targets. The nodes and corridors in the district plans were mapped using the descriptions in the city plan, consideration of the adjacent block and street structure, and growth modeling to ensure sufficient opportunity for the city's growth to 2 million residents. They are large enough to offer opportunity for redevelopment even beyond that milestone. Next slide, please. Nodes and corridors are not the only places that will grow over time. the district plans also support redevelopment opportunities at a variety of other locations. One example of this is a transition from the taller buildings in the nodes and corridors to the smaller ones at their edges. This supports good urban design and adds more residents close to the areas prioritized for growth. Another example is close to mass transit stations, where new residents will have options for some of their transportation needs. A new policy added since December provides criteria where additional development may be appropriate, including along major roads, at corner sites, adjacent to parks, and where larger scale development already exists. This reflects planning principles established in the zoning bylaw and in existing plans and guidelines. It also supports the city plan's direction to quote, enable ongoing residential infill to occur at a variety of scales, densities, and designs within all parts of the residential area. It is important to note that the district policy and district plans do not introduce new development opportunities in the River Valley or to other protected areas. Since the current draft of the district plans were published, the majority of feedback that we have received about the new policy that was added in December is that it will allow too much density and will result in unnecessary disruption to the interior of neighborhoods. However, administration drafted this policy to reflect established planning principles and to help us direct additional density to the sites where it will work the best within neighborhoods. By including these principles in policy, administration is providing clarity as to what site characteristics are considered through the review of land development applications. Next slide, please. These policies, along with the node and corridor policies, provide tremendous opportunity for new homes across all areas of the city. Development will happen in both the nodes and corridors and within neighborhoods. While that growth will not follow a perfect pattern of transition, it will put us on the right path to achieve the vibrant urban places, efficient servicing, and help achieve the targets established by the city plan as we grow to 2 million. The maps in the district plan do not show the specific development outcomes for each property. Instead, we rely on the written policies to describe the outcomes we want, using phrases like manage transition in height, scale, and massing, create well-defined spaces, and ensure adequate site access can be provided. This allows the use of discretion when considering site context. It will lead to better decisions than trying to predetermine the outcomes for all sites, as has been done in many older area redevelopment plans. That kind of planning requires much more time and resources. They do not respond well to change or opportunities, and they can become quickly outdated, which typically leads to frequent amendments and loss of community trust. Edmonton is growing and changing, and the development context is dynamic. Our plans need to reflect that. Next slide, please. District plans also gather city information from multiple sources to show where features like new parks, mass transit stations, and bike lanes will be added in each district. They show where the city will prioritize growth, plan for new industrial development, and where the city is considering district energy facilities. In many cases, this information is labeled in maps as to 1.25 million, meaning this is information that we have about the near term. Additional information such as new mass transit routes, new parks, and new neighborhoods will be added to the district plans as it becomes available and as we progress through the population horizons described in the city plan. All of this will be used across city departments and by city building partners like EPCOR and developers to make strategic decisions in alignment with the city plan. Next slide, please. The district policy and district plans that receive 2 readings must go to the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board for review under the Regional Evaluation Framework. This process takes approximately 2 months. The bylaws will then return to City Council in the fall of this year for 3rd reading. If adopted by City Council, the policy and plans will come into effect immediately. I'll now turn the time over to Kent to conclude our remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Edmonton is recognized across the country as a leader in implementing bold municipal planning policies and regulations that seek to improve the lives of Edmontonians. Our reputation as leaders in tackling big city building challenges is built on the wise and consistent decisions that were made in the past. 14 years ago, the city adopted its first explicit goal for infill. In the subsequent 10 years, we made many incremental steps toward that goal, amending plans and the zoning bylaw a little bit at a time. We're now in the city plan era, with more ambitious goals like becoming a carbon neutral community, welcoming another 1 million people, creating a rebuildable city, and retaining affordability. The city plan requires bold and comprehensive change to our regulatory system. The repeal of 75 planning tools in 2021 and the recent adoption of the zoning bylaw are significant steps forward in creating a modernized planning system. Additionally, district plans are designed to be applied equitably at the same time across the city by establishing a common guiding blueprint to coordinate our growth. District plans show Edmontonians how their vision contained in the city plan, a city of 2 million, can be brought to life at the district level and in their neighborhood. This translation of the citywide vision to a more actionable and understandable scale provides clarity for community and city building partners alike and assists with coordinating planning for growth and consistent decision-making over many years. The transformational change described in the city plan will not occur without purposeful action. Achieving a more vibrant, financially sustainable, and climate-resilient city requires strategic and coordinated implementation. District plans are a key component of establishing a consistent and equitable approach to implementing the city plan and modernizing our planning system. Administration recommends that Council adopt the district policy, the district plans, and repeal or amend the other planning documents presented to you today. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that comprehensive presentation and all the work that you have done leading up to today's public hearing. Really appreciate that. With that, we're going to go to our first panel in favor. I'm sorry, can you just check with the clerk, please? And I will call your names, and please come to this side if you're joining us in person. And number one will be Tricia Lirette in person. I'm sorry, this is not the process. You have to respect the process, which is you can register to speak. If you're registered to speak, you can raise your concerns that time. Okay? I'm sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. You would have 5 minutes. You would have 5 minutes to clarify whatever you want to clarify. So wait your turn, please. Please wait your turn, please. I would humbly request that you wait your turn. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Tricia Lirette. Please, you'll be number one speaker. There you are. Paul Lanny, number two. Elise Shillington, number three in person. Harmon Condola, number four. Lindsay Butterfield, number five in person. Okay. Jim Brown, number six in person. Duncan Fraser, number seven in person. Duncan Fraser. No, Duncan Fraser.
Here, I'm here.
Oh, you're joining remotely. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Then Rose Zimmerman from Paths for People, remote. Rose. No. Mary Frances Smith, in person. Mary Frances Smith, please. You'll be number 9. Amber Mack, in person. Please come down. You'll be number 10. Elric Reed, in person. Elric Reed, or remotely. No. Rhonda Bartz, in person, roundabouts, please. You'll be number 12. Chris Dulaba, in person. There you, Chris. You'll be number 13. Again, each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. And once the panel has concluded making their presentation, then council members may have questions to you. We will start with Tricia Lorette.
Good morning. My name is Tricia Lorette, and I'm here today representing the Edmonton Council for Early Learning and Care in my capacity as volunteer co-chair. Our vision is that all children have high-quality, universally accessible, available, affordable early learning and care that's culturally responsive to the diversity of individual children and their families in this city. To advance this vision, we work with a group of 30 dedicated expert members from diverse areas and allies of the sector. Our membership comes from community-serving organizations, foundations, post-secondaries, operators of early learning and care programs, and family day home agencies, the Public Library, the United Way, the Association of Early Childhood Educators of Alberta, and more. We also work collaboratively with liaisons from the municipal and provincial governments. The Council is unique in that it was originally created and funded by the city. We are set up to provide advice to the various levels of government and to institutions and service providers. We conduct policy analysis and research to fill the knowledge gaps that are so necessary to ensure that a system of early learning is built and it can proceed in a well-informed manner. Our reach is wide and our knowledge base is deep. We alone in the city are doing this important work. Today, I want to state how pleased we are that our cooperative work with the city has resulted in a statement of support for high-quality, affordable, and inclusive early learning and childcare facilities in the district plan. It's essential that quality early learning is part of the community planning process. Its inclusion in the district plan with your stated commitments to early learning and childcare in the city plan and economic development are very consistent, and we're pleased to see that. We believe that planning for early learning and childcare must be addressed in the same way the city plans for new libraries or fire stations, especially if it's to be accessible and equitably available to newcomers, Indigenous, and other marginalized families. Evidence shows us the value of high-quality childcare and how it can change the trajectory of children and families. We ask the city to consider how to plan for early learning and childcare so that it can be coordinated with other city services, local school boards, and other stakeholders. With projected growth to 2 million people, not addressing early learning and childcare could create barriers to employment, resulting in negative economic impacts. The availability of high-quality, affordable early learning and childcare is widely recognized as a key component in reducing and eliminating poverty, in enabling parents, especially women, to advance their education and to seek employment outside the home, and in promoting the well-being and positive outcomes for children. Edmonton is still experiencing issues related to a lack of access and uneven distribution of childcare services. There are only enough spaces for 34% of children, and there are still significant childcare deserts in the city where no childcare is available at all. This is something that your new district plan can help alleviate. Given your commitment, the next step is for the City Council and City Administration to consider what concrete actions they will make to make this happen. There are many ways you can play a supporting and enabling role without getting involved in direct childcare service provision. A good plan is needed. That plan begins with a policy that can define and delineate the city's role, and at the same time demonstrate your commitment to providing early learning and care as a key service that supports Edmonton children, families, and communities. An overarching policy and strategy linked to the policy statements in the district plan, the city plan, and the economic action plan can ensure that systematic, coordinated solutions are translated into programs and services that are available, responsive, intentional, sustainable, and accountable. Edmonton Council for Early Learning and Care are happy to share our knowledge and provide expert advice so that a policy and strategy for the city can be developed as soon as possible. ensuring the city's intentions are translated into effective and efficient actions that will make a difference in how young children experience their childhood in the cities for future generations to come. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. And next, we'll go to Paul Lanny.
Good morning, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Paul Lanny, and I'm the President and CEO of Averton. We build and invest in communities throughout the Edmonton region. And today I'm here speaking on behalf of Build Edmonton Metro. We are a new organization that is the result of amalgamation between the Urban Development Institute and the Canadian Home Builders Association. We have over 500 member companies, and we're here today to speak about district plans. Build is the unified voice and expert resource for the real estate development industry in the Edmonton Metro region. We work with municipal governments on key issues affecting the real estate sector and regularly provide insight and expertise on policies, processes, and timelines. We have been actively involved in the entire district planning process right from the outset in 2018. The city plan created an overarching vision for Edmonton to grow to 2 million people, and the zoning bylaw implements that big picture development plan at the site level. District plans are the tool at the next level up between the whole city and a single lot. Zoning on its own can only accomplish so much. You will hear from some people during this hearing that district plans are not necessary, but I firmly believe that we should not undermine their importance in realizing a better future for the city. Not planning is not a solution. Unlike the zoning bylaw, the district plans are understated, but are an important tool in providing clarity on how the city plan can unfold at a neighborhood scale. A very important relationship exists between district plans and the growth management system, including informing the location and interventions for priority growth areas, when and where investments are made, and further how infrastructure and population growth can further bolster the mobility system by creating the much needed critical mass of population and supporting commercial activity around mass transit. Without the guidance of district plans, it will be difficult to implement those other systems which are so critical. Both public and private investments can rely on the guidance of the district plans, providing certainty for the value of the infrastructure in the future. There are prevailing questions about what goes where in terms of land use, and the district plans need to inform how rezonings are considered to provide some certainty for both the market, publicly and privately, and also a guiding light for decision makers. Ultimately, council will make the decisions on what matters most for land use and what's an opportunity to deviate from any plans as appropriate. These plans provide value for each and every property owner and community member about how growth in their area of the city will happen and what they can expect. Growth has been happening much faster than many of us have realized, and in real time, we are probably lagging behind the population growth in terms of the amount of units that we're able to build. In the 3 years ending 2025, Alberta will have added over 500,000 newcomers, representing a growth of over 10% over that span. Without some guidance citywide for accommodating these pressures, Edmonton may not be nimble enough to thrive. We are so close, and would be an absolute mistake not to cement the district plans in policy. They are a critical part of the whole package of city plan, and our collective investments benefit from being able to realize this next step. As you know, these plans, like all statutory plans, will be living and breathing policy and will evolve and adjust as we start implementation. Imperfection today is not a reason to hold off. By adopting district plans, we will set Edmonton on the right path in realizing its future. By delaying district plans, the city is sending a clear message that it isn't ready to take the wheel on growth and that it isn't serious about putting the components in place to realize the vision of the city plan. This isn't about this council or even the next council. This is about our kids, their kids, and future generations and how this city will grow. And I strongly believe that Edmonton is at the doorstep of some incredible growth, including maturity that we typically see in other parts of North America in our best cities. And moving forward with district plans and nodes and corridors being cemented in policy will allow us to create these vibrant corners of the city and build upon them for many generations. So let's move forward in building the best vision of Edmonton. We have an opportunity to collectively mobilize around strategic areas of the city, and the success that we achieve through these concentrated efforts, through district plans, can become catalysts for our entire community. We are excited for the opportunities and look forward to the future with district planning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Elise Shillington.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Elise Shillington, and I am here on behalf of Build Edmonton Metro. Thank you for the opportunity to address this public hearing. As the chair of the Build Edmonton Metro Developing and Redeveloping Committee, I want to emphasize the critical importance of effectively implementing the district plans, which represent both our biggest challenge and our greatest opportunity. First, it's commendable that the district plans align well with the city plan. This alignment provides a clear direction for growth and helps us envision a sustainable future for Edmonton. However, despite this positive alignment, there remains a lack of clarity regarding the implementation of these plans. This ambiguity poses a risk to our ability to make informed business decisions and effectively develop our communities, and may inadvertently cause unnecessary confusion for the community at large. Our industry relies heavily on area structure plans and neighborhood structure plans to guide development. The new district plans have the potential to impact these established plans, and without additional clarity or well-defined amendment process, there's a concern that good development ideas could be delayed or even obstructed. The primary concern is how we will implement these plans and how amendments will be handled to ensure timely and efficient decision-making. This is important so we can maintain momentum in our city's growth and ensure that new developments can proceed without unnecessary delays. In this regard, I urge you to consider the motion referenced in our letter to City Council. Specifically, we propose that District Policy, Section 1.2, Authority in Relationship to Other Plans, and Section 1.4, Amendments in all 15 district plans be amended to provide clear guidance on the applicability of district plans to other plans. This amendment should clarify. District plan policies are not intended to prescribe changes or override existing land uses, policies, or standards detailed in an ASP, NSP, or neighborhood area structure plan. Amendments to an ASP, NSP, or NASP should not trigger an amendment to a district plan unless a concurrent amendment to the city plan is required. These changes are vital to ensure that our existing plans and the ongoing work of the development industry and community are not unduly disrupted. We need a logical, rational process that supports timely and efficient amendments, enabling us to adapt and grow without being bogged down by the bureaucratic hurdles. This will ensure that we are all on the same page on how the district plans can be implemented and adjusted over time. In conclusion, while the district plans hold great promise, we must address implementation concerns head-on. Clear, actionable guidelines and a streamlined amendment process are essential to realize the full potential of these plans and to keep Edmonton's development on track. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Harman Kandola.
Good morning, Council. My name is Harman Kandola, and I'm the Vice President of Victory Homes. I'm here on behalf of Build Edmonton Metro. As my friend had mentioned, we have approximately 500 member companies that represent all stages of the real estate and community development in the Edmonton Metro region. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with all of you today. I want to be able to address the district plans and the critical need for them to be more ambitious and cognizant of future challenges and opportunities like population shifts, infrastructure investments, and externalities like escalating costs. First of all, I support these plans because they provide City Council with the essential information needed to make informed decisions. This is particularly beneficial for understanding infill and redevelopment and helping us to optimize the use of our existing urban spaces. However, these plans fall a bit short when it comes to greenfield development, where the same level of clarity and guidance is missing. The many districts contain both redeveloping areas and new greenfield development that is not yet complete. The district plans in front of you today represent a status quo approach to planning in Edmonton. While they offer some benefits, they lack the forward direction necessary for a city like Edmonton, which is rapidly growing and evolving. We need plans that not only address present concerns, but also anticipate future challenges and opportunities. Getting to the next stage of planning for 1.5 million people in our city is therefore pressing. And while these plans will offer a good baseline, we need to go further. Equity should be an integral consideration, as Council and administration have prioritized this as an important lens, most notably as part of the zoning bylaw renewal, The plans work to level the playing field, ensuring that everyone, residents, investors, builders, and developers know what to expect from growth in their area. This clarity and shared understanding is important in fostering a sense of fairness and predictability, which in turn encourages investment and development. The repeal of the outdated plans or those that have served their purpose is of a great side benefit of district plans. This is long overdue and a welcome change. Streamlining our planning framework by removing obsolete instruments will allow Edmonton to evolve more efficiently and effectively. This step is necessary as we align our planning efforts with the dynamic needs of our city and meet Council's direction for a more permissive regulatory environment and for continuous process improvements. All to welcome an additional 1 million more people to create attainable housing and to support our local economy. It's important to remember that while district plans should inform Council's decisions, they should not serve as a rigid rule book. They do not replace the need for context-specific analysis, professional planning, or engineering assessments that may call for changes in policy direction to better support the city plan. In conclusion, while these district plans are a step in the right direction, we must ensure that we are future-focused and flexible enough to adapt to our city's evolving needs. And by doing so, we can build a more equitable, predictable, and sustainable Edmonton. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Lindsay Butterfield.
Good morning. Hello, City Council. My name is Lindsay Butterfield. I'm here on behalf of Build Edmonton Metro as well. My role with Build Edmonton is the Director of Government Relations and Policy. Now, as you know, getting to today's public hearing has been a marathon for council, for staff and administration, and also for stakeholders. So it's great to be here for this milestone today. The city plan was adopted in 2020, and if all goes well, district plans will be in place just under 4 years later, sometime this fall. Our organization is very supportive of the city plan. One of the elegant things about that plan is the interconnected and comprehensive way in which it conceives of an Edmonton of 2 million people with its systems and networks. And as you know, district plans are a critical component of the planning and design system. Now, the dangerous part of having such an interconnected plan is that failure to implement a key component will stall out the others. So in this case, the mobility system and the growth management system both rely on districts to carry their share of the implementation load. Now, I want to acknowledge also that the City of Edmonton has been a national leader when it comes to planning and development, having passed a more permissive and equitable zoning bylaw, removing parking requirements, and of course our #1 rank nationally when it comes to policy, development charges, and permit processes and timelines. And I think there's an opportunity today to build on this reputation with the district plans. The real estate sector is standing by to enable and implement council and administration's vision through fostering a healthy housing market and a great quality of life for Edmontonians. District plans remove some of the development uncertainty and barriers to welcome more growth to our city. So I'm here to support the district plans and general policy on behalf of Build Edmonton, and I urge council to pass these plans. Now, that doesn't mean that they're flawless. We absolutely expect that as land use plans in a growing and changing city, these will have to be amended. They're going to evolve over time. The plans in front of you for consideration today are meant to take Edmonton to 1.25 million residents, and as council's aware, we're close. We're nearly there. So planning for 1.5 million residents really does need to get underway. The urgent need to proactively accommodate more people, more jobs, and attract investment is more pressing than ever. Now, Build does have some outstanding questions and concerns, so when do we start planning for 1.5 million? We also want to know when planning in future growth areas will get started, because it will take many years to plan the over 800 hectares of land the city annexed in 2019. And of course, barriers to growth through a lack of planning add to the cost of all homes. We want to know how the city's infrastructure funding and sequencing, particularly around nodes and corridors, will be activated. How will we ensure the district plans don't introduce new red tape for neighborhoods currently under development, given the ambiguity about the process for amendments? So despite some of these ongoing issues and questions, we strongly affirm that moving ahead with passing district plans is the right approach, and more work is needed on future stages of planning. For the rest of City Plan to be implemented, and for the economic blueprint of urban and suburban development to be clear for community members, investors, and the land development and construction industry, we need to move on and put these plans in place. Without them, our city will slow its growth and investment, be less efficient, and potentially not realize the vision set out in City Plan that we're all in favor of seeing through. Successful city building requires the efforts of many. We're only as strong as the contributions of everyone, and we remain ready and able to continue to support council and administration in building an affordable, competitive, and inclusive city that is poised to grow and prepared to lead. Thank you for your time today.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Jim Brown.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm with the Sherrick Management. We are not representing any group, so we're speaking for ourselves. We've been an active participants in the development of Edmonton for the last 5 decades, and yes, I do qualify as a senior. We've been proponents of numerous ASPs, area structure plans, and neighborhood structure plans over the years. The district plans are an important part of the hierarchy of planning in the city of Edmonton. In a perfect world, they should have been completed and adopted prior to the land use bylaw. Unfortunately, timing didn't allow for that, but it's time now to move forward and get the district plans in place. As many have mentioned, the plans are not perfect. So my suggestion is to set up a process and a time frame for an initial review, because I think that while everybody's engaged, I think the time is to do that now. And I'm saying maybe it's in 6 months or 9 months, but a specific time frame for an initial review. Obviously, it is a living plan and will evolve over time, but I think there is an opportunity for that for initial review to address some of the imperfections that are currently in the plan. So it's time to move on. There's been lots of discussion about 15-minute communities, so I feel I need to talk about that just for a second. This fear of 15-minute communities is based on a conspiracy theory that has no basis in reality, no basis in facts, and I think it has to be just ignored. Conspiracy theories will continue to exist, but we shouldn't be basing our planning on theories. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Duncan Fraser joining us remotely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Duncan Fraser. I worked for 35 years for the City of Edmonton as a registered professional planner. 25 of those years as a senior planner responsible for working with successive councils and mayors, the public, and the development industry. My team and I were responsible for the development of many new suburban neighborhoods and the creation of ARPs such as the Capital City Downtown Plan Bylaw and the Downtown Community Revitalization Levy Bylaw, among many other things. Upon retirement for the city, I taught planning for 7 years at the School of City Planning at the U of A. For 2 decades, I sat in those seats right in front of you, discussing with decision makers such as yourselves, planning policy, rezoning bylaws, and many other assorted planning documents. But today, I'm here as a private citizen who knows a wee bit about planning in Edmonton and who cares a lot about our community. As a senior planner, my team and I were often driven crazy with frustration with historic, overlapping, and outdated statutory plans which were no longer relevant and were out of alignment with what we were dealing with. There was never enough money, resources, nor the will to correct this situation. The foresight of this city administration and the wisdom of this council have created an outstanding job with the approval of the city plan and Edmonton's new zoning bylaw. The sheer magnitude of the administration's work, as we see presented here today in the form of 15 district plans in parallel with each other, and the cleanup of outdated plans and policies is a huge achievement for the city of Edmonton, but that's not the main reason why we're here today. The district planning family of documents is the missing link between the city plan and the new zoning bylaw. We need all three to respond to disruptions, challenges, and opportunities facing Edmonton today and in the future. It is the third transformational piece of planning policy necessary to help our city grow to 2 million people over the next couple of decades. What I see with these district plans is the simplification of the planning process. This will facilitate a more efficient review process by reducing red tape, the number of plans that the administration must consider in order to make decisions. Our plan making and review of development proposals will improve through the creation of clear, simplified, and consistent documents. This will help drive economic development, especially housing construction, with faster permit turnaround, keeping in mind that 50% of new citywide units are to be built over the next few years through infill development. And most importantly, will help this council and other future councils make better decisions. The city plan is very broad. It was never intended to provide local planning guidance, but overall high-level strategies and direction. District plans provided the missing link between the city plan and the new zoning bylaw. District plans will provide increased clarity. It is in the public's interest to know how their community is expected to change, where, when this could happen, and to what extent. District plans cannot predict all the changes the community will experience with certainty, but it can provide more clarity as to what, where, and how it can occur. These plans are not stagnant. They are living, breathing documents which will evolve over time. I would like to say a word about area redevelopment plans. They are too detailed, very costly, time-consuming, locally focused, and constantly subject to amendments. The city simply does not have the capacity and resources to use ARPs across the city to implement the city plan. District plans provide solid policy direction, flexibility, cover the entire city, and will implement the city plan across all of Edmonton's neighborhoods immediately and not over decades as ARPs would. Intensification really needs to focus on nodes and corridors. The city plan intentionally prioritizes nodes and corridors for the greatest amount of intensification and change through connected land use, mobility, infrastructure, and investment. You can't achieve thriving and vibrant nodes and corridors if you allow development and investment out everywhere else. This leads me to a very important point. You can't have it all. Planning a city requires council to make tough decisions. The city plan is about trade-offs. It doesn't mean that you can't say yes when or where it makes sense in those other areas outside the designated nodes and corridors. But you have to ask yourself, is the trade-off worth it to achieve the goals and intentions of the city plan? There has been an extensive amount of public participation through this planning exercise. It's extremely thorough and well presented in the district planning documentation before you. It is my understanding that many municipalities across Canada are looking with great envy at Edmonton and its renewal planning documents. The approval of the district planning family of documents is the next logical step in the evolution of the
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry 5 minutes are up. And thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Mary Frances Smith.
Thank you, City Council, for allowing me and my colleagues the opportunity to address you today. Additionally, thank you so much for supporting the access to high-quality, affordable, and inclusive early learning care facilities through your General Policy 2513. This particular policy has the potential to impact our local economy directly, indirectly, and add vibrancy to our communities. I am Mary Frances Smith, the Executive Director of the Association of Early Child Educators of Alberta. Our mission is to transform Alberta's early learning and childcare community into a recognized profession. We do this through research, amplifying the voices of educators, and community engagement. Today, I represent the approximate 10,000 early child educators who live and work in Edmonton's early learning childcare facilities and homes, and contribute to the community's well-being. Educators provide meaningful interactions, nurture attachments, and foster educational learning activities for children from birth to 12. I also speak on behalf of our youngest citizens of Edmonton who reside within our communities. Children are the heart of our society. When they have access to urban spaces like playgrounds, green spaces, they thrive physically and emotionally, and they become an integral part of our community. They attend festivals, go on field trips to local businesses, you can hear them at splash parks, and see them walking to and from fire stations. They walk around our neighborhoods and explore their environments. High-quality early learning and childcare facilities not only enrich children's lives, but also bring vibrancy to our communities. Additionally, early learning and childcare facilities and the educators are a vital part of our economy. As COVID showed, early childhood educators are a workforce that support our workforce. Educators are predominantly women and many from visible minorities. Therefore, they may experience economic insecurity. Through your general policy 2513, the City of Edmonton has a very unique opportunity to meet their equity-seeking policies, bolster the local economy, and uplift all citizens, ensuring equitable opportunities for all. To create vibrant and inclusive communities, we must prioritize the needs and voices of children, families, and educators. As a member of the Edmonton Council of Early Learning and Care, our association recognizes the importance of city policies in shaping our future. By incorporating early learning and childcare into your district planning, you can ensure that our youngest citizens and their educators are valued members of our community. We invite city councilors and administration to continue their commitment to high-quality, affordable, inclusive early learning and childcare facilities within all of our communities. Let us create a legacy where children remember with fondness the parks they played in, the businesses they visited, and help to engage them in our local economy for the future. Thank you for your support for access to high-quality early learning and childcare within our communities. We hope that together we can build a brighter future for Edmonton and its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Amber Mack.
Good morning. I'm Amber Mack, the CEO of GRIT, a nonprofit early childhood service provider. Thank you for supporting access to high-quality, affordable, and inclusive early learning and care facilities through General Policy 2.5.1.3. This policy in action will impact equity in our communities. GRIT's vision is that communities embrace diversity and uphold the rights of all children and their families. And I want to tell you a story. In 1982, GRIT's founding parent and Edmonton community member was faced with a choice. She could send her 2-year-old toddler with cerebral palsy on a 45-minute journey across the city on a bus to an early learning program, or she could imagine a different future where her daughter was able to attend preschool with her community peers in their community. And so GRIT was born. We advocate for a future where all children belong in their natural communities, where supports are provided wherever that child lives, plays, and grows. Having access to local early learning and care is a first step to ensuring equity for young children with disabilities. District plans that consider our most vulnerable populations pave the way for all. It's imperative that we proactively plan for the space to meet the demand for early learning and care. The Forward-Thinking Policy 2.513 has the potential to ensure vibrant and inclusive communities can provide accessible options that consider the needs and voices of children and their families. Additionally, as a member of the Edmonton Council for Early Learning and Care, we are poised to partner with the city to move this policy to action. This means a family focus in planning, asking where are the children, and how might the city move this policy to action by looking at spaces to create community hubs with quality, inclusive early learning. Are we thinking about where the youngest and most vulnerable children will learn and grow while we grow as a city? How might we broker and bridge school, community, and rec hubs to be truly multi-purpose? How might we leverage our beautiful green spaces and buildings that often sit vacant during the day? Early learning and childcare is an essential service. The use of the term early learning is important. It is not daycare. This is the learning environment of our youngest citizens. We must consider where all children will learn and grow in every community. As a community member myself, I can tell you that walking my children to preschool and then their community school was formative to the health of our family. We met our neighbors along the way. We noticed who was home and who might be away, who might need extra help or extra patience. This belonging takes planning. The new district plan and attention to support the spaces for early learning and care is a wonderful investment in the first 2,000 days of a child's life, the most critical period of brain development. Further, reducing stressors on working families by planning for shorter commutes, shorter transit rides with toddlers in snowsuits, and shorter journeys for children with disabilities just makes sense. As a community of communities that is growing, Edmonton can be a leader in valuing our most precious resource of future community builders. Grit wants this opportunity for every child. Thank you sincerely for your attention to include the provision for inclusive, accessible childcare facilities in local communities.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I see that Speaker Elric Reed has joined us and taken their seat, so I'll go to them. Speaker Reed, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Council. My name is Elric Reed, and I'm the Vice President External for the Students Association of MacEwan University, or SAMU for short, and we're located here on Treaty 6 territory. I'm here today to speak in favor of the proposed changes to the district policy and the district plans that are amended in keeping with that. I'm doing so on behalf of over 19,000 students at MacEwan University, many of whom are too busy working to keep a roof over their heads to be here personally. Nestled in the core of the city, MacEwan University is a consistently growing hub for education, community, and business, none of which is possible without the people who spend their time working and learning on campus. Once the day on campus is done, however, people need homes to return to, and this is what I want to emphasize today. For the students of MacEwan University, living even remotely close to campus is not often an option, with downtown housing costs being much higher than most students can afford, or being outright unsafe. Indeed, in our last survey of over 1,500 students on our campus, we found that 40% of students can only afford rent of up to $750 a month, with another 40% unable to afford rent beyond $500 a month. Affordability is a crisis on Alberta's campuses, with consistent increases in the cost of education and the cost of living. And in times like these, we look to our municipal leaders to think creatively and long-term, not only to solve today's crisis, but to avoid it in the future. As our student population grows, so too must the supply of affordable, accessible housing options. And we at SAMU believe that the proposed changes discussed today will contribute to that reality. The addition of apartment buildings, for example, especially in areas with connectivity to the rest of the city and downtown through transit, will go a long way in providing students with further options to choose from while preventing mass congestion in the core. Encouraging the development of housing alongside transit routes and existing hubs of community activity is smart, efficient, and cost-effective planning. As participants in the UPass program, students are one of the ETS's most consistent customers, and the integration of transit and housing planning will directly support students' ability to save time and money on cost of living. We understand that having the permission to build taller buildings near transit doesn't inherently mean affordable options. And for that, we look to City Council to effectively mandate affordability for developers who are looking to do this work. Our city is growing, and we know that building out quickly becomes expensive and untenable, beyond being a limiting factor for those without a vehicle. Through a commitment to building up and to being creative in this work, City Council can do their part to support students and the wider community with access to affordable and dignified housing. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today, and I hope you will support the motion before you on the district policy changes. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Rhonda Bartz.
Thank you for hearing me today and being open-minded to new ideas. The objection of my request is for the Council to fully understand where the agenda for the municipality of Edmonton originates and how to prioritize to thinking locally for finding solutions that affect the direct needs of Edmontonians. Keeping global out of local, I ask, why are we as Edmontonians in line with a global agenda called International Council of Local Environment Issues, or ICLEI? It's right in the name, international. There's nothing local at all about it. Canada has been involved for decades in global environment stewardship, and nothing can move forward without municipal actions. But Edmontonians, to play their part, need to look after Edmontonians' specific needs first while accomplishing these global agendas. To address the concerns of global agendas and ensure the environmental stewardship aligns with Edmonton's values and priorities while growing and building, the following recommendations are proposed based on practical insights and scientific evidence. 1, evaluating the cost-benefit analysis. A critical aspect of the Charter Bylaw 24,000 is where the $502.7 million per year over 10 years is being spent. Is this money aimed at addressing global sustainability and climate change goals, like the failed 60 million EV transit buses, which is a direct agenda item from ICLEI, as states on their own website, I quote, "Currently, the city's energy transition strategy is working to reduce and replacing the city's dependence on coal, natural gas, and other unsustainable energy sources," unquote. Or would it be better to spend that $502.7 million per year over 10 years on locally funded programs that are currently underfunded, such as the daycares that we desperately need, lowering property taxes, improving the infrastructure that we desperately need, the affordable housing that's been mentioned, and so on. 2, municipal government should critically evaluate the necessity and relevance of international programs and partnerships related to sustainable development and net zero policies. Where these initiatives are found to be unnecessary or misaligned with local interests, opting out or renegotiating terms should be considered, allowing Edmontonians to tailor its environment strategies to its unique context and needs. Local governments must prioritize the well-being and interests of their constituents. 3, effective environmental stewardship requires genuine public engagement and consultation. Government should prioritize the voices and concerns of local communities over those of international funded stakeholders. This involves conducting thorough consultations with residents, Indigenous communities, and local businesses to ensure that environmental policies reflect the values and priorities of Edmontonians. Information must provide clear and accurate plans on the local community, as misinformation and lack of transparency leads to mistrust. 4, environmental policies should focus on addressing the immediate and tangible needs of communities. I bring up the 50% reduced cars. This is an impractical goal for Edmonton. No one is intentionally going across town for their everyday or weekly needs, and as we're trying to fix this with the plans in this report, I think we can agree that we need improved infrastructure. We don't need the seniors trying to navigate the snow and ice with their walkers in -25, and we don't need parents with their children trying to go grocery shopping to their 15-minute grocery store in -25-degree weather. Personally, I am a small business owner, and we have lost employees because they must rely on public transit as and it is too expensive or too inefficient for them to get to their job. So I think we need to start with looking at local issues being fixed first. Lastly, instead of focusing predominantly on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, environmental protection efforts should be redirected towards preventing industrial pollution. This approach addresses pollutants that have direct and immediate impacts on human health and ecosystems and have proven successful. Given the drawbacks of current sustainable development and net zero initiatives, it is essential to consider alternative approaches to environmental stewardship. By adopting alternative approaches, Edmonton can achieve sustainable development and growth in a manner that respects, enhances, and ensures the preservation of the Edmonton's way of life and rich natural heritage for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Chris Dulaba.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I've been an active participant in the real estate development community for over 20 years. During this time, I've seen many changes to our communities, more specifically, ongoing densification of both our suburban and urban communities. The city has made some significant policy changes to encourage new growth and development over the past several years, with the most recent being the city plan and the zoning bylaw renewal. District plans are the filler. In my opinion, the most significant benefit is that these plans collapse and consolidate numerous outdated planning documents into larger, more comprehensive land use plans that better reflect the general direction and intent of the city plan. To be more succinct, they provide more clarity. I believe the district plans are a fair balance between the interests of the general public, development industry, and city as a whole. It should also be acknowledged that these land use plans are also never fully complete, nor will they ever satisfy everyone. We should also expect these plans to be amended from time to time as the city and the market change. As mentioned by my industry peers, how these plans are implemented should not be overlooked, as it is the development industry that plays a significant role in bringing these plans to life. As we've seen other cities struggle with adding housing supply and as a result created an affordability epidemic due to restrictive land use policies, the City of Edmonton should be very proud of its progress it's made to date to make building and adding housing supply easier. Don't lose your eye on supply. I believe we're the most progressive municipality as it relates to setting up a favorable policy environment to encourage new housing. That being said, now is not the time to sit back and wait. It's important to keep the momentum going, as you've done with the city plan and zoning bylaw. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'll check if Ross Zimmerman is joining us. No, with that, we'll go open up questions from council members to the panelists. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Doyle. I'll go to you first. I would say that essentially, sometimes when developers come to speak, and maybe I'm not close enough to the mic, sometimes when developers come to speak, it can sound to the public that the motivation for developers is purely profit. And as a business, I would say that makes sense. But the concern is that therefore, those motivations are not driven by the best interests of the overall success of the community ecosystem. And I just thought I'd give you a chance to respond to what I hear as a concern from the public.
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Paquette. I think it's, I've been in front of that many times in front of council here, debating and advocating for a proposal that we'd be put forward where it has significant community opposition. I think that's what makes the development industry and really planning interesting. It is about creating balance, and that balance is often struck between the interests of the private sector that ultimately does build a significant amount of housing and buildings that create our city, the interests of the general public, and ultimately our administrators that use tools such as the district plans and other planning documents to create that sort of fair playing field. Oftentimes the interests are balanced by virtue of community amenities and things that the development committee does sort of provide to that community that might be having where there is a proposal, such as improvements to the public infrastructure, funding to afford certain sort of affordable housing. There's many ways of trading off some of those balances. I also think, you know, the development and building community are, for the most part, they're here for the long haul. You know, most developers that I've been, that I've worked with and for such as myself, I mean, we're citizens of the city. We're not there to do one project and leave. We have a long-term goal. And real estate development really is, it's a long-term game. You don't want to burn bridges, nor should you burn bridges. You should try to work with the community and the interests of the city of Edmonton as best as you can to ensure that what you're proposing is in line with the general intent. And oftentimes it may not be fully in line, subject to debate and interpretation. But ultimately, at the end of the day, really from the building standpoint, it's about providing supply, housing supply. I think that's something that we have to be really, really cognizant of, is that supply is something that is brought on by the private sector. And obviously that supply has to be profitable. It is something that unless you create a centralized, development industry run through the government, it will always be provided primarily through private sector developers. And so this is one of the challenges of real estate development. It is a risk. And the better planning policy and pro-development environment we can create, the better off we'll be. And we've seen this in other municipalities suffer from very restrictive policy frameworks that have constricted supply. And I don't think there's other municipalities such as the GTA or the Greater Vancouver area that will ever get out of that supply deficit. You compound that with fast-growing populations such as we're experiencing right now, and it won't take long until we start to see similar impacts from a supply deficit. So I think that's what makes everyone's jobs difficult, especially council, who are ultimately some of the decision makers of these proposals, is balancing those interests. But I think most developers in Edmonton have good intentions and don't intend to sort of do things that have a negative implication on the communities they build in, because ultimately at the end of the day they're developing a product that has to be attractive to a certain buyer and or renter. And so I think for any developer to go in with a ill intent or scorched earth type of approach, I think will be very short-lived in this community.
Yeah, I don't think I've got 1 minute left, but I don't think I've got enough time to ask the question and get the answer, so I'll return. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang?
Great. Thank you all very much for making the time today to share your perspective. Most of you are very clear about your position, and that's very helpful. I'm also hearing some folks are actually speaking in opposition, but you're registered in favor. And I wanted to maybe focus on the build community a little bit. So it sounds like, clarify for me if you can, by and large, you're supportive of the direction for the district plan. There are things you wanted to see changed. That's what I'm hearing from Harmon and the lease. But the overarching message is that if you make those changes, you'll be even more supportive of it. Is that right? I'm looking at Lise. Go ahead.
No, that's fair. We're certainly in support of moving these plans forward at this time. We've been working with administration for, I would say, close to 2 years on these plans, and we're happy with generally the policy framework, and we're hugely in support of city plan and think that this is the next layer down from there. I think the piece that we're still looking for clarity on and kind of maybe really specific words from administration and from council is how they're implemented. I think that piece still lacks some clarity for us, and that's the only piece that we're kind of looking for additional clarity on, but we're certainly supportive of them moving forward now and working through those details as we kind of work forward and see these implemented in these areas.
And I think, Paul, that's kind of what you were speaking to a little bit in your 5 minutes, that's the lack of clarity. And you don't feel the city plan provides that clarity?
I believe the district plans allow us to drill in a lot closer to at the neighborhood level.
Okay.
City plan, obviously a much bigger vision, but by drilling into the specific neighborhoods, specifically the neighborhoods that are growing the fastest, and being able to establish a framework for how they will grow, I think really levels the playing field.
And I guess maybe just stay with you. I'm a little bit curious about the conversation within the industry, because if I look ahead on the speakers list, many other city building industries are speaking opposed, and I'm curious about kind of the lack of consensus, which is different from, like other types of public hearing items. Wondering if you can speak to that a bit.
Sure. I believe part of the, maybe we'll call it a disconnect, and it's a respectful disconnect, is the belief that there still remains some ambiguity into how zoning and district planning might bump heads on each other. And I think from our standpoint, ultimately, decisions on zoning will always remain with council. Decisions to amend what policies might be in place as this organism known as a city evolves will always be at the discretion of council. So my view, our view would be that approval doesn't stop our ability from evolving and getting things right over the course of implementing and growing our neighborhoods. I think excuse me, I think the other organizations are looking maybe to get a bit more of that ambiguity removed. But I think not planning, as I stated, not planning, not implementing these plans is not a solution. Things are coming at us very quickly. We need to be able to respond proactively or be proactive rather than just responsive, I guess is what I'd like to say. And these plans allow us to be that much more further ahead in anticipation of growth.
Great, thank you. I still have a minute and a half. Maybe I'll just come to Elric. Thank you for that presentation and really appreciate you bringing the perspective of students. In your discussion with the student community, any, I guess, thoughts about how to improve or any gaps that you see despite your support?
So basically, we want to, first of all, thank the city for the proposals that have been put forward. And affordability has always been, has consistently been one of the things that our students have spoken to year over year whenever we do surveys. The cost of living, especially, with housing being one of those that contribute to that. As mentioned in my speech a bit earlier, we have 40% of our students who are not able to pay rent above $500. And we believe that the proposals that are being put forward will go a far way in helping our student population to be able to take one less thing off their checklist, or one more thing off their checklist, to ensure that they're able to focus on what they really want to do, which is to study so that they can get their qualifications, that they can ensure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Constantine. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Just want to follow up with Speaker Lanny. Appreciate the presentation this morning. You know, I also appreciate your comments just around being proactive around managing growth. I know that there's some work underway around growth priority areas. I don't know if you've had any interaction with that work, but just wondering if you feel that might be a mechanism to provide some of that. That's where we really focus in on infrastructure investments, rezonings. Just your thoughts on that.
I have been involved in some of that, working with administration. I think it's very important work. I do understand that it kind of lives maybe in a space between city plan and district plans in terms of the hierarchy. It need not be attached to district plans. However, I think that in the bigger picture, attaching growth management and the future investments in infrastructure so that they align with district plans, I believe it has a lot to do with leveling the playing field, so that we establish we identify these priority growth areas, identify infrastructure investment to go along with it, where they are aligned with district planning. It helps us. It helps telegraph where and how the development is going to proceed in those areas. And so I don't think that strictly looking at priority growth today reflects what's happening today. The district planning allows us to see forward into how those areas are going to develop. It's really about communicating intention, which I think is really important on the part of the city for all stakeholders.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate that. You know, one of the concerns I have in terms of how I understand and interpret the district plan for Center City is that there are some limitations for development in the downtown. So the legacy organization of UDI really had a focus on downtown revitalization. Again, from what I'm reading in the policies, there would be limitations on high-rise and tall high-rise in the downtown and in the Wequentoin, formerly known as Oliver neighborhood. Just wondering your thoughts on that.
I believe ultimately intensification is going to take a lot of different forms. We haven't seen a high-rise, traditional high-rise introduced since 2021. I think the market has shown that that's a difficult business to be in. And I think that this industry that we're in is going to continue to evolve as demand and cost pressures and those sorts of things impact what ends up being the most fruitful built forum. So
So absolutely, I think you're right. There's a variety of built forms that would make sense, that are viable at different stages, but do you feel comfortable with limiting certain built forms?
I guess how I would respond to that is that I think as the case can be made for different built forms that may not be captured in what's been put in policy right now, then we can come forward as developers will come forward to make the case for maybe changing the outcomes that are intended, maybe applying for greater density, removing some of those limitations as is deemed appropriate. That's always going to be on the table, I think, for all developers and for council.
Yeah, and I think that leads to some interesting questions just around clarity of that vision and future vision, but appreciate your thoughts on that. Just a last one for Speaker Shillington. So really appreciate you flagging that issue with the implementation. What do you see? So I think there's sort of an ongoing tension or conversation we've had around when NSPs and ASPs, existing ASPs and NSPs are coming forward for amendments, the degree to which those have to be brought into line with the most current policy. So the wording that you want to see included, would that preclude that process from happening? So for example, an NSP that was designed before bike plan, for example, we'd want to update that to ensure that it's meeting the requirements there. What are your thoughts?
I think we're really looking for a lack of really clear direction on that. At what threshold do these policies get triggered? If the plan is, substantially complete, is that really an appropriate time? Is there a transition piece? I think that's exactly the question that we have. Okay. Is at what point does this make sense? At what point in the build out does it make sense to do major policy changes? And I think that's the part that we still don't really have clarity on.
Okay, so it's the sort of the top down and the, there could be when does the district plan need to be amended, and then when do the NSPs and ASPs need to be amended?
Correct.
It's that both
if
ways.
you're doing something minor, does that trigger something from a district plan policy level? And I think that's the piece that we're still lacking clarity on.
Great.
It's exactly that.
Thanks very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Ms. Butterfield, you had brought up the sort of one of my big concerns, I guess, is the, we're planning for the 1.25, and you mentioned that we are almost there. And I'm thinking some of the district's plans that impact my ward, looking at old population data, I think we're already sort of past the point for those districts. Should we be actually maybe pausing this and looking forward looking forward to the 1.5 million if we're already there at the 1.25?
So my answer would be that, because these are statutory plans, they are alive, they can be amended, there can be ongoing discussion, that something in place is a lot better than having nothing in place and putting this project back into a holding pattern. I think, the City Council, this one and the previous, have provided lots of direction to administration, and if we're at the point where this isn't the product you want to see, then maybe it's time to think about what product you do want to see. So I would say moving ahead with what we have is a great first step, and then we have to absolutely have ongoing conversations about what's next and what is that 1.5 going to look like, and how do we make sure that we're planning adequately for it.
And then should we also be looking at the 2 million? I mean, there's a lot of areas that are have been, designated as agriculture without any future planning for that at this time.
So I think, the city plan does provide that sort of outlook from the perspective of before 2020. And so I think it's always a good idea to be nimble. We don't know what 2 million people and what the city is going to look like at 2 million. And so there has to be that ability to be flexible to accommodate whatever happens in the environment and in planning and in infrastructure with the vastly complex way that a city operates.
Okay, so this is good enough for now?
I think it's a really great first step.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Reid, for student housing and that, you're looking not just necessarily within the area of McEwen, you're looking beyond so that students can travel, bus, bike. Is that right?
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So while our focus is definitely to ensure that accessible housing, affordable housing is close by the university, definitely having safe transit and affordable housing in and around the greater Edmonton area in and of itself is definitely something that we support. Wherever affordability can be made a priority, we support that.
What's the current cost of housing? I think McEwen does have some of their own housing available to students, don't they?
Yes, we do have housing on campus.
And what's the cost? Is that in that $500 to $750 range?
I can definitely check on that. I do not think that it is within. It is at $500. Definitely not.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So then the more that we can provide in that downtown area would then help to reduce the cost
Would help
overall?
to reduce that cost,
Okay.
definitely.
And any discussions with community partners or anyone in the development industry that is considering building?
At this time, no.
No? Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you all speakers and taking time coming here to speak for this important topic. So I would like to follow with McEwen University Student Association President, Ms. Reid. And then you brought a very good point about the affordability crisis and specific talk about building higher buildings does not automatically support affordability. So I just want to ask you some clarification question. Did you say there any policy and in this district policy and to support that affordability to be addressed? And as you mentioned, so can you be more specific how we address that affordability crisis there?
Yeah, so basically in terms of the affordability crisis in and of itself, there is, of course, supply and demand at play, right? And the more that there is supply, of course, economics will tell you that the cost should go down. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that always happens. And that's why what we are asking for is for there to be a mandate within the district policy that affordability should be one of the things that the developers who are looking to come in will have as one of their mandates to provide that.
Okay, wonderful. So you would like to see that mandate to be included in this district policy?
Yes, that's what
okay. Thank you for that clarification. So the next question, I would like to go to Ms. Butterfield. And you, in your comment, you specifically have questions and concerns for this district policy in front of us, but you still support them. The question and the concerns is about the future growth area in Alexandria area since 2019 and the city Alexandria and from Duke. So are you aware of the policy right now, the change and actually from city plan for certain area, Alexandria area from future growth area back to agriculture area. So this is, to me, is a little bit contradicting from what you support here. Can you clarify a little bit more?
Yeah, so I think the point around needing to plan that those annexed lands, so south of 41st Avenue, it's really just that the amount of time required to conduct that planning, I mean, we're looking at a massive area. It's a substantial area that requires planning of servicing, transportation networks, land use, etc. In the meantime, yes, we absolutely want that land to be agricultural use, but that doesn't mean that that land is saved and put aside for agricultural use in perpetuity. So I think absolutely industry wants to see that we follow the agricultural plans set out at the MRB level. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't start thinking about how that land will transition because it was annexed to the city to transition to urban uses in the future.
I may have follow-up question and specific in that topic later on and for this specific district plan. But thank you for the answer. So the next question, I would like to go to Mr. Brown. And thank you and for your comment about, yes, the policy is not perfect, but set specific time in about 6 months for additional review for the policy or plan. So would you please clarify a little bit more, what would you looking for the review, and then on which specific policy or which specific plans, and then or you have just a general idea?
It's more general. I think, as we've experienced with the new land use bylaw, there are imperfections in that, and those imperfections are being addressed as we go along. But rather than doing it on an ad hoc or piecemeal basis, let's set a time frame and a process for doing that and try and capture as many of those imperfections as possible.
So even though you support the policy right now, but you're still looking for the additional review and to make improvement in certain areas?
To make improvements, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Perfect. For the last 30 seconds, I would like to go to the early childhood and specifically for the policy 2.5.1.3. And then did you say any of this policy will improve additional opportunities for the child's early learning? And then, so could go to Miss Smith.
What we're hoping with this policy is that the city, during their planning process, is really considering the spaces that could be early learning and childcare facilities, such as when they're building out new developments, that they are setting aside, much like they do with playgrounds, much like they do with libraries, that there is space. And we have a ripe opportunity right now.
Thank you. I'm going to stop you here. Sorry about that. Yeah. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is going to go to Speaker Reid. I just wanted to follow up on the affordable housing for students. When you come in front of council speaking like on behalf of the students, do you do a survey, or how does, like on a specific item, like this item today? How does that work?
Thank you so much, Councillor Principe. So typically we do survey our students to ensure that we have their priorities that they want to see addressed through council, right, through student council and executive council. And then based on those priorities, then of course whatever aligns with those priorities, we do speak on those behalf.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, thank you. And I understand, the need for affordable student housing. And what I'm hearing from you is that you would like to see within district planning that we have mandated affordable housing?
Yes, that is something that we would definitely like to see.
Okay, thank you. That is it for that line of questioning. Speaker Butterfield, I also had the same kind of questioning along the same lines as Councillor Wright. And you had mentioned, you said we're all in favor of seeing through the city plan. That's like you're speaking on behalf of Build?
Correct.
Yes, okay, great. Thank you for explaining that. And also, Mr. Candola, Speaker Candola, you had mentioned the plan is a status quo approach?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Principe. I think the emphasis was that it's not a drastic departure from the city planning, just kind of referencing the fact that that there's nothing revolutionary in what is being proposed today. I think that was kind of the point that I was trying to make there.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for clarifying that. And yes, I do believe those are my only questions. Oh, no, sorry. Speaker Dulaba, you had said that you believe that this provides more clarity. Is that correct? Because I'm hearing less clarity and more clarity.
Councillor Principe, yes, I mean, it is, we have to I think, view planning documents like a wedding cake. I mean, the city plan is the base. We jumped ahead and went to the top with the zoning bylaw renewal, and this ultimately is providing further clarity and detail between, you know, the direction of the city plan and ultimately what we can do from our development rights enshrined through zoning. And so this is just adding a little bit more layer, and then furthermore, you know, with additional policy documents that yet to be enacted by council here, such as nodes and corridors, et cetera, TOD plans, whatever ultimately is the desire and direction for the city plan. This does provide more clarity. Again, it's not to the level that zoning should be, nor it should be that level, and is also, it's a little bit further, you know, direction from where we currently sit through the city plan.
Okay, great. Thank you for explaining that. And sorry, I would like to go back to Speaker Reid again. Sorry. And I understand that you would like to see affordability mandated for student housing. But do you see these plans as addressing that?
So thank you so much again, Councilor Principe. So we do see the plans as a wider answer to what the students have been asking for, which is affordable housing, right? And we did speak to the point of higher, like taller buildings having more capacity, which should lead to lower costs. But again, that is not always the case in terms of how it plays out, right? So we do believe that it is a step in the right direction, and that is why we support it.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Maybe I'll go to any of the folks from Build. Maybe guest Lanny or Shillington or Candola. Would you agree, just sort of on a general philosophical premise, that growth should pay for growth?
I'll take a stab at that. I think it's inherent that growth is going to contribute to growth.
But what if it doesn't? What if the growth is actually not an asset but a liability?
And by virtue of how? I guess
Like if we're building new neighborhoods that are not, or if we're building a new project that isn't financially viable on its own without some sort of a public subsidy.
I think we're dealing with that all the time with you know, in the industry that we're in, even when it comes to things like infrastructure upgrades, for example, trying to work with the city, with EPCOR, various bodies to accelerate some of the improvement to some of those. For example, small projects, missing middle, et cetera, are very hard to pencil out when you have to upgrade an entire you know, fire flow system, for example. So I think the ultimate outcome of a new development is more taxpayers and more people utilizing services, more people utilizing amenities, more people riding transit, et cetera. And that, in the long run, pays for maybe some of that upfront investment. So I do feel that it's all part of the ecosystem, if you will.
Yeah, if we're looking at a block and we know that in 25 years we're going to have, say, 4, 6, 8 new buildings on that block, but that block right now, we have a situation where the first one in has to pay for the fire hydrant, has to pay for the infrastructure upgrades, etc. But we would agree that there should be a way of coordinating this, that the growth should pay for the growth, that it should be cost neutral, right?
Yeah, I think in the example that you're laying out, I think that you know, one thing that we continue to look towards is an eventual, if there's a place or an appropriate mechanism for cost sharing in that exact example that you're talking about, so that the first in has the ability to recover some of those initial investments, or to work with the city or other agencies to spread that cost. I think that's an important mechanism as we redevelop a lot of our existing neighborhoods.
And maybe even they should be almost revenue positive for the city, that through infill and through redevelopment, et cetera, we can correct sort of the infrastructure deficit that we've accrued over 50 years to pay more for the good of the city.
I believe that again, densification, intensification usually will speak to highest and best use, and which will lead to higher density and more users. And my belief, without really getting into all the details, I believe that more people around the infrastructure will prove out the value of that infrastructure by virtue of, again, more taxpayers. That's the most important piece is for the city, I believe, is if you're bringing that intensification around, let's use LRT as an example, more people living around LRT, more intensification around LRT, more diversification of housing typology around LRT is going to mean more users of that service, which in the long run should allow you to get to that cost neutrality that you're looking for.
If I may jump up to guest Reed, do you have like if I'm following your train of thought here, that if we don't allow students to live closer to the university, either A, they're going to have to live farther away with much longer commutes, much longer transit rides, or much longer drives, or B, they're going to have to own a vehicle, pay for parking, carry insurance, pay for gas, pay for everything else, which will then further exacerbate the cost of post-secondary education. Is that sort of the dilemma that we're faced with here?
Close enough, yes.
Yeah. So what, do you have a specific amendment or ask that you would like to see around student housing, or in general, are you just sort of saying more housing choices, more places?
That's correct. So basically, it's about creativity, allowing for creative development and also affordable development. What that looks like in terms of how the city use the mechanisms that are available to the city to do that, we support that. But basically, we want to ensure that students have access to affordable, safe housing, and also to ensure that even if they're living far away, that they can transit in safely into
Thank you. Thank you so much. I will humbly request my colleagues to give about 20 to 30 seconds at the end of your last question to be answered, please. If we follow that rule, we'll be remaining within 5 minutes and give time for the speakers to answer the question. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to the speakers for being with us this morning. I might direct this to some of the folks at Build, maybe Speaker Lanny to start. So a number of you spoke about the evolving nature of district plans and the expectation that things will sort of shift and change over time. So I wanted to get your perspectives on, I guess, your expectations around the width of nodes and corridors as outlined in the district plans. The way that I read the maps for nodes and corridors is that they show the full extent of nodes and corridors to a population of 2 million. And in some cases, that means along a primary corridor, we're talking about even just a block in each direction. In some cases, even as narrow as a parcel. Can you provide some commentary on that? Is that your expectation?
I think when I reference the fluidity or the ongoing evolution of these policies, I think what we're looking at with the nodes and corridors plans is a starting point. And I think that drilling into that level of detail provides a real opportunity for, again, for the level playing field so that everyone understands where the puck is going.
And I guess maybe just to refine that question, is that reflective of what your expectations were based on the city plan?
For me personally, yeah, I do believe drilling into specific nodes and corridors and providing a framework for how we can expect it to build up or build out, I think is something that I've anticipated. And I think that degree of detail does provide some of the clarity that we've lacked in decades of development in Edmonton. I think it allows us to all be singing off the same page, if you will. And I think that clarity, while it's a greater level of detail than what you'll see in city plan, I think we need that level of detail to encourage outcomes, specific outcomes that we're looking for.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. I might ask just for maybe a different perspective or different context to Speaker DeLava. Yeah, the exact same question around your expectations related to the width of nodes and corridors. Again, my read is that the maps are showing our build out to 2 million. And in some cases, that means a single block in each direction of a corridor, a primary corridor. Is that in line with what your expectations were?
Councillor Salvador, sometimes drawing lines on plans is very difficult because I think it should be very much driven by context. And I've been through that struggle in previous applications regarding higher density developments that are they compatible or not, where they're adjacent to an existing high-rise, despite what policy in a specific statutory plan states about height transition, which goes back to my earlier comment about amending plans from time to time. And I think a lot of that really is driven by context, and perhaps there is a mechanism to deal with those, whether it be sort of a discrepancy between a line on a plan and ultimately the general direction of the district plan and the city plan, but an evaluation criteria to deal with those. So you're not just necessarily saying it has to be only one block, and then therefore after that one block, well, you can't build this height, et cetera. I think it really has to be driven based on specific site criteria and context, because it's tough to plan a city as a whole and saying, well, this node and corridor operates in this way, because every corridor has a specific set of nuances and differences, and I think it has to be evaluated really on a case-by-case basis at the end of the day. It's tough to just sort of apply a real large sort of, here it is, and if you're just unfortunately across the block from it, unfortunately you can't build up or change to commercial, et cetera.
Okay, that's helpful. And do you feel that adequate mechanisms are embedded within the district general policy to allow for that context specificity?
Councillor Salvador, without really diving that deep into the overall policy, I think it does set the stage for that. I think, really to my peers' earlier comments about implementation, I think that is probably where there needs to be a bit more clarity, because that is driven in part of that. At the end of the day, if there is that discrepancy with respect to something that's on a plan, and I've gone through this before, depending on the width of a specific polyline outlining a land use, whether it's part of this block or not. Thankfully, with technology, we got a little bit more crisp with that. But that being said, it does come to those. And I mean, again, not for just the benefit of landowners and our developers, but also the general community.
Yeah, and I'll moderate myself.
Thank you so much. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess first to Mr. Reid, I know you mentioned about, wanting to mandate affordability in the district plans. I just wanted to ask, are you aware that in one of the many things that are being passed at the provincial level, that they're removing the inclusionary zoning from city charters, which would allow us to do that?
Thank you so much, Councillor Rutherford. That's a very good question, and we are aware and working on that as we speak. And our council is still working on our asks specifically as they come forward.
So they're advocating to the province
Yes.
and their concerns with that?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. So at this point today, we wouldn't be able to add that as an amendment to the district plan, though, given that live provincial conversation. Would you still want that passed even without that, is I guess the question I have.
You mean without a mandate?
Yeah,
Okay, got you. Yeah, so we are supportive of it as it stands.
as it stands, without that mandate of
That's correct.
affordability. Okay, if that could be there, that would be great. If not, okay, that helps clarify for me, thank you. And I wanted to go to Chris Dulaba for a minute. You said something, you said, that the district plans collapse and consolidate existing plans. And I think there is a bit of a misunderstanding from the general public that this is a lot of new stuff, and I think it bounces off of Councillor Principe's question earlier. Can you elaborate on like that, and from a planning perspective, what do you mean by that when you say that? Could you expand on that?
Councillor Rutherford, I think that sometimes some of the struggles with developing in a city is over time we have different plans and policy documents, whether it's a statutory plan or an outline plan, that get added to the mix. And this is just ultimately, I think, the normal course of how a city evolves and builds over time. Different priorities, are sort of ultimately identified, which then result in certain types of plans or directions, whether that's driven by a community or administration or a developer. In case like this, the district plans kind of erases and deals with some of those outdated land use plans that really are contrary to the general direction of the city plan and more recent planning policies that were adopted by the council and ultimately sort of relied upon through the development community to either acquire a piece or pursue a rezoning or amendment. And that's one of the big things with these district plans. It does sort of reduce that conflict. And I think, again, from a public benefit, a lot of them will say, well, this is the plan that I've known that we've had, and we weren't aware of some of the city plans. And I think, at the end of the day, planning it's difficult. It's tough for, I think, the general public to wrap their head around, despite of how much I try to explain it. And I get it as a planner and somebody who's been doing this for 20-some years. But for my wife, for example, who is a healthcare practitioner, good luck, right? She wouldn't really understand it. Although I will say the city plan has
Appreciate
gotten
it,
better
but
with that.
yes, I appreciate that answer. Sorry, I'm just trying to moderate because I have another series of questions that I wanted to go to Mr. Fraser. You said when you were speaking that this provides increased clarity but does not create certainty, and I think this is a tension we're feeling with council. And I think about recent decisions that have happened at a few public hearings where, as I would have read and understood the district plans, some of those approved rezonings would not have happened. Because what we don't want an unintended consequence of district planning to be is breaking of public trust. So I wanted to get sort of your take on that and some of the thoughts for us as council to consider as we're grappling with that tension.
Firstly, I was giving a historical perspective, and it was my experience over 35 years that there was a lot of conflict between many overlapping plans. And I think what's before you on this family of documents is the removal of a lot of that conflict and the creation of greater clarity. I'm sorry if you misinterpreted my words. I think the district plan.
That's perfect. That helps. That helps me understand.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Rutherford. So we are at 12 o'clock.
Just a quick point of order, if
Yeah.
I may. I did have one more question for Mr. Laba and a question for Mr. Brown. However, in order to release the panel, because it is lunchtime and
I
they
have
don't
questions
have
as
to come back,
well.
I can drop those questions and take them offline.
I have a couple of questions.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not necessary.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, folks.
Sorry, we'll be back at 1:30.
Can we extend
No,
orders?
no, we don't. We follow the break. We'll be back at 1:30. Until then, we are on the recess. council colleagues, Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette is here. Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans. Okay, we have quorum. So what I'll do before we go to questions to the panelists, we have additional speakers that I would like to read their names into the record. In favor on 3.1, 3.2, Ryan Jock in person and David Despens in person. In opposition on 3.1 and 3.2, Shana Shabasquez in person, Conrad Nobert, Grow Together Edmonton in person, Peter Wilson in person, Morgan Gwans in person, Robert Gibbons in person, Eric Estrada, Elwood Community League, Dalton Community League, okay, a whole bunch of community leagues speaking on behalf. Curtis Treen in person, David Manock, remote, Eric Gromley, remote, David Johnson in person. Also, as well as on item 3.17 and 3.18, Curtis Treen in person. Item 3.26, Curtis is opposed on those items. And on 3.6, opposed, Eric Estrada in person. And on 3.30 and 3.32, opposed, Gregory Reimer, remote, Wendy Antoniuk, remote. On 3.33 and 3.34, opposed, Brian Groff. That's it. You'll get me the new list, right?
Yes, we will get you a new list.
Thank you so much. All right. I don't know if...
They're still coming in through security.
Oh, this, okay. Okay, well,
there is a number on of the panel still waiting to get into chambers.
we'll wait for them to come in. Nancy, so the people I have questions to, they're back. Maybe I can start?
Yeah,
because
go
I'm
ahead.
the next one on
Yep, you called us to order.
on the list. So, Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you so much. I just want to start with the folks from the childcare sector. So the policy that you referenced, 2513, it says support access to high quality, affordable, and inclusive recreation and early learning and care facilities within a district. So you feel that is sufficient enough, or you would like to have more in a way, as you said, planning for childcare, early learning facilities the same way we plan for recreation centers and libraries?
Yeah, exactly. So we're really pleased that it's been included. As we noted, we want childcare centers to be very close in people's communities so they have access to them. So we think that's a really important first step that council has offered their support and commitment to that. And then we would like to see what would that look like in action, and what can the city do within its purview to ensure that they can plan ahead for those increased number of spaces for sure that we're going to need.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, for example, when we plan a neighborhood, land is set aside for schools, right?
Right.
And we set aside land for a district park, which includes recreation centers or library in some cases. So that's the kind of thing you want a certainty about, right? That they're integrated into those plans.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, you see that being done through this process, or just that's the next step on the implementation?
I think that's the next step on bringing those policy statements into action, so that, you know, we don't want it to just be a orphan statement out there. The city's going to support early learning, but actually, what are they doing?
Okay.
What's happening?
Got it.
Who's responsible for it in the city?
Yeah, but at this time, you're fine. You're not looking for more at this time.
Any change to
no
the
change to
district
that.
policy?
Got it. Okay, and to folks from the building industry, maybe I'll start with Speaker Shillington. I think you mentioned greenfield. Did you mention greenfield development? Like how do we grow beyond into like we have infill, then we have 50% infill, 50% suburban growth, right? And do you see these plans advancing that work? I know you talked about planning work that takes years and years, right? So how do you see that future planning into meeting that 2 million population goal?
Well, the district plans, I think, are just a starting point. I think we'll have this conversation further on June 18th around substantial completion and those policies. But I think we're certainly hopeful that the planning for the new areas within annexation can begin now, so we at least have plans for thoughtful design and thoughtful growth when the population threshold meets that point.
Right, so it's unknown what the outcome of substantial completion be.
Correct.
And whether council okays further planning work into new areas. And do you see both do you see connected? Do you see both that work and this work connected?
I think we would like to see it connected. Right now, the district plans just have kind of a future growth area without any real detail, and the time is now to start filling in those gaps of what needs to happen in the annexation area. And we're certainly supportive of both infill and suburban growth opportunities.
Yeah, because that's why I'm struggling a bit on this as well, right? If that part doesn't go ahead, then we need to be more ambitious on infill to accommodate the population growth. So that's where I see a little bit of disjointedness in the process. Yeah, okay, got it. I'll stop here, and I'll move the second round.
Thank you. Someone to second?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I'll return the chair, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, and I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Delaba, one of the things that we're hearing a lot about is affordability of the city of Edmonton and how we want to keep it affordable, because we are the most affordable major city in Canada right now for housing. But I think about that, and I think of that, okay, so if I'm an investor, if I'm a builder, am I going to get the biggest return building in the most affordable city in Canada, or is my capital better used elsewhere? And so to offset that sort of challenge, do you see things like this, this district planning as the way to offset some of that maybe potential reluctance to invest by making other aspects of the experience more compelling?
Councillor Paquette, without a doubt, having a streamlined and relatively clear entitlement process is key in any type of real estate investment for any developer, whether it's local or international. The front end is primarily one of the most important parts of any successful real estate investment is understanding what you can and cannot do. And if you are looking to change that, what are the avenues and steps to going about that? So any type of planning policy that is clear and understandable and something that doesn't take a long lead time to get from A to ultimately shovels in the ground is critical. To my earlier comment, keep an eye on supply. If you want affordability, supply is the only real way of ensuring that. And you have to look at that coupled with population growth and along with all our economic drivers such as job growth, et cetera. But supply by far and away, if you want to ensure affordability, supply is the most critical factor in that.
Yeah, and of course, we're talking about housing, but we're also, we have to, this is commercial, this is industrial, these are major employers, and these are the industries that actually tend to attract more capital. And so, but I know you're here as a developer from that perspective. But so I guess the next, in some ways, this is really about simplifying something, and some people will say that, well, that simplifies red tape. But red tape, in some ways, is a barrier, but in other ways, it's protection. And so some people are worried that by removing barriers, we're also removing necessary protection or not adding enough protection. So, but I would just like to get your analysis on that about how you feel, like having been in this business for a long time, if that balance is struck, or if that balance is something that you sort of like work on over time, as we do right now anyway.
Councillor Paquette.
I'm really putting you on the spot, and I apologize.
That's fine. I like this position, to be honest with you. It is one of those things where it shouldn't be an open-ended, one-sided policy, that favors developers over the greater good of the public or special interest groups. It has to be a balance. And I made that comment earlier in my presentation, that it really is about a fair balance. Because if it's too lopsided, you get really, I think, unintended consequences. One, maybe you get poor development. On the other side, maybe you get no development. And so it really is, it's finding that fairness at the end of the day. And I think that's really the job of administration coupled with communication and, discussions with stakeholders, special interest groups, and then ultimately council to make that determination to enact it into law. But it really is about trying to find a way that's a fair policy framework to ensure that you're achieving the goals of the city plan, at the same time ensuring that other interests and goals are being achieved. Again, you're not going to make everyone happy with any type of planning document or policy. There's some people that are not going to like it just because of A, B, or C. But at the end of the day, it's that communication, ensuring that there is a fair process, and that it also, at the end of the day, is achieving the big goals that you guys and we as a city hope to achieve over the next 20, 30 years.
Right, thank you. And very quickly, Mr. Brown, you thought maybe we could take another crack at this through a referral, I think you were saying. So council has three options: either pass it as is, pass it with a bunch of amendments, or refer. And did you have in mind like a reasonable timeline for that?
Yeah, I think it's better to pass it now and get it, in place, and then work on the amendments. I would like to see a time frame of 6 to 9 months of, but it planned at this point in time, like we're going to review it in January, for example, and a process for providing input from stakeholders.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor. So here, I do have follow-up question regarding the early learning. So three speakers brought very good points. Yes, that's really important for our society. My question to you, is that early learning under current land use, and is that business? Is under business, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
So early learning or child care and from land use perspective is under business zone and is not residential zone. So my question is, because past the zoning bylaw, we have neighborhood mixed use zone, we have the commercial zone already covered all those business purpose. So from your perspective, do you you think this district plan added more opportunity for the business zone development, or I'm a little bit confused. What do you want specifically to be reflected in this district plan? So any of you could answer this question, I would be appreciated. Thank you.
That's a great question. Thank you. I think that is a really great point. We are shifting to a universal childcare model in Alberta, and so thinking of it as largely publicly funded. And so that would be a consideration to look at how is the land zoned, because of course we want the children to have access to green space. So that the current business, what we're worried is that they're in strip malls often with no access to outside play, and it's very unfortunate for child development.
However, the policy presented here is under 9 used and in the 2.5, 1.13 as is just for that purpose. So to me, I may need more information to understand your request here to add more learning, early learning, and into the policy. What does that look like, or what does that mean specifically? And because past zoning bylaw already covers neighborhood mixed use, you can use, and also commercial use, and for all those developments.
I think the next piece is putting it into action. So actually looking proactively when you're planning spaces, as Mr. Mayor mentioned, and in existing community spaces, creating incentives to create those spaces in communities that already exist. So mixed use cases, maybe some innovative cases with housing investments, and considering where will the children go. With all of these workers coming to Alberta, they are going to need childcare.
Okay, thank you. That's my question. Thank you, my time.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions to panel 1 in favor. So please, if you don't mind, step back into the other part of the chamber so we can get going with the panel number, second panel in opposition. Okay, I will call your names. Please come to this side of the chamber if you're joining here in person. Raquel Firo, joining remotely. Rocky, you there?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Shelley Morrishead, joining in person. You'll be number 2. Carol Secord, on behalf of Rob Smythe, joining remotely.
Yes.
Thank you. You'll be speaker number 3. Kimo Mansari, Kimo, joining remotely. No. Laura Cunningham Shipley, it's in person. Please come down. You'll be number 5. Brian Lardner, in person. You'll be number 6. Melissa Penny, remotely.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
You'll be number 7. Sherry Little, in person. Sherry Little, in person or remotely. Evelyn Skucken, in person. Evelyn, please come down. You'll be speaker number 9. Francis Zanari, remotely.
Yes.
Thank you. You'll be speaker number 10. Alana Cody, in person. Please come down. You'll be speaker number 11. Patricia Lineker, in person. Patricia, there you are. You'll be speaker number 12. And Stan Anderson, in person. Stan Anderson. Or remotely. Is Stan Anderson here? No? Okay, we'll start with Rocky. Please go ahead. Each of you will have 5 minutes. Please remain within 5 minutes, and then Council may have questions to you. Please go ahead, Rocky.
Okay, yeah, thanks. It's really great to be here on such a wonderful day in the best city in North America. I'm going to ask that the district policy and district plans be referred to administration for refinements for 2 reasons. So listen for them. The district plan policy section 2.6, open space and natural areas, cannot work properly if we don't map natural areas. And then if we manage all green spaces as equally appropriate for nearby densification. The policy and plans are at odds with existing open space policies and practices, including those outlined in Breathe, Edmonton's green network strategy. So see my mailed submission for examples of that disalignment. We must recognize the benefits of wetlands, forests, and all natural areas by mapping them. Map them in the district plans for the development officers. Recently, the city almost lost a Lescue Park tableland natural area because the planners did not reference the citywide natural areas management plan. So they didn't note a protected area within the larger park. So given this example and knowing we almost lost yet another natural area when our collective goal is a net gain, please map the natural areas as they were in previous iterations of the district plans. Natural areas are our climate solutions. The River Valley is a backbone of our council-approved natural connections strategic plan, and it connects functionally to our tableland natural areas. As stewards of a regionally significant wildlife corridor, we want to protect and grow our natural areas as called for in Breathe. To provide nature-based solutions needed for our climate strategy, let's keep nature nearby. We depend on nature for a healthy and compact city where people do not feel the need to escape or sprawl. This is where the district policy fails us in one section where we consider additional height in locations that meet at least 2 of certain criteria. A development officer can consider additional height based on the problematic criteria of being adjacent to a park or open space. 8 stories near a natural area does not improve access. Better access, according to past park superintendent John Jansen, meant opening private golf courses to the public by returning them to responsibly managed parkland. Better access means better public transportation, bike lanes, and active transport links into the valleys and ravines, which this plan does do. And just like better access to affordability, housing means more affordable housing. Better access to the River Valley means gains in natural areas. To ensure development officers would be precluded from putting more height where there are migratory birds, floodplains, and the need for a functioning ecological network, the policy and plans should be revised to exclude natural areas, ravines, and the River Valley Park system. So in summary, 2 revisions I'd like to see, and I've submitted them I've put them in my written submission along with rationale, but they are briefly: 1, map all City of Edmonton managed tableland natural areas into the district plans. A more detailed rationale is given in my submission. Also, please exclude protected and previously mapped natural areas from the new urban mix policy and ensure it does not apply to the River Valley and Ravine Park system. And I can give specifics on how that might be worded. So again, in my written submission, I have more detail and more rationale and more of the misalignments of Breathe and more of the timelines for what happened at Alisku. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Shelley Mottershead.
Hello, my name is Shelley Mottershead. Is our City Council working to keep our Canadian culture and way of life? Thank you, Mayor Sohi and City Councillors, for this opportunity to participate in the democratic process. I'm here to express my concerns regarding Charter Bylaw 24,000 and its implication for Edmonton residents. One of the most concerning aspects of the city plan is its goal to restrict Edmonton residents from driving their cars 50% of the time, pushing them to use public transit or active modes of transportation such as walking or biking. My understanding is that this means I will need to stay within my district to meet all my needs so that the city can meet its climate plan objectives. However, I must emphasize this is not your plan. It is part of a global agenda. I appreciate all the points that the speakers who were for these plans, however, not one of them mentioned that they will be driving their cars for only 50% of the time. While no one opposes the idea of being good stewards of the land, it is essential to prioritize the needs and rights of Edmonton residents over global agendas. This bylaw, with its restrictive measures, seems to impose significant limitations on personal mobility and property rights without adequately considering the practical implications for the residents. It is important to know that Canada, with 80% of its land uninhabited, acts as a significant natural carbon sink. Our vast forests, wetlands, and other natural landscapes contribute substantially to global carbon absorption. This unique position allows Canada to address climate concerns without imposing restrictive urban regulations. It is important to note that CO2 is not a pollutant. Carbon dioxide is a natural occurring component of our atmosphere and essential for plant life. Policy should focus on practical environmental stewardship rather than drastic measures aimed at CO2 reduction. The proposed changes not only infringe upon individual freedoms, but also places undue burdens on local businesses and residents. We must be proactive and ensure that policies reflect the immediate needs and preferences of Edmonton residents, rather than adhering to global mandates that may not align with our local context. We want you to have a local voice over an international voice. Edmonton belongs to God and us, not the United Nations. We need you, Mayor Sohi and City Councillors, to step up and reconsider Charter Bylaw 24,000 and prioritize the well-being and autonomy of Edmontonians. You are spending $1.7 billion over 10 years on housing, affordability, homelessness, poverty, food security, mental illness, and drug addictions, and yet you will be spending $5 billion on climate initiatives. Is this a trade-off worth it? I don't think so. Let's focus on locally driven solutions that respect our rights and address our unique needs while leveraging Canada's natural carbon sinks. And to speak to one of the speakers before, 15-minute cities is not a conspiracy theory. It is all part of agenda, UN agendas that Canada signed on to in 1992. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Carol Secord on behalf of Rob Smythe.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Glenora Community League, the Civics Committee. We have regularly met in the past year and have had also several community meetings that have informed our presentations today. So today I'm speaking about mass transit stations, primary and secondary corridor planning, and our vision to achieve a city of 2 million people. In 2012, when the transit-oriented development policy was passed, we envisioned a system that would bring people downtown to work and play, including considering the transit time from Lewis Estates to downtown in the route planning. Today, economic realities are quite different. My question, are the district plans reflecting these changes of where and how people work? Does the city plan need to be updated to reflect these emerging trends? And as a note, in planning processes in these past years, at times I have heard administration say, well, we can't do that because it's not in the city plan. Councillors, as I encourage you to listen for that comment in the coming discussions and in the discussion after all of the panel presentations. If we can't do that because it's not in the city plan, then perhaps a closer look at administration's interpretation of the city plan is needed. Are all the pillars of the city plan actually being considered in the district plans and in the area-specific policies within the district plans? So now, regarding density and corridors, if the transportation corridors and nodes are our primary focus for building density, beyond the ZBR, which allows 8 doors per city lot, does our district planning policy consistently and equitably align with the intention for density? Why is Avonmore, a residential neighborhood on the south line, a secondary corridor? Why is 156th Street, Glenwood, Sherwood stop and areas around Meadowlark Mall a secondary corridor? Why are there 2 train stops in Glenora at 134th Street and 140th Street with density parameters that accompany them as a primary corridor when other train stops in residential neighborhoods are on secondary corridors with significantly lower density demands? If density along mass transit lines is the highest priority, the primary corridor should follow the transit lines in all areas of the city. For example, the West Valley line overlaps with Stony Plain Road until 156th Street. After that, the Valley West line is a secondary corridor, and Stony Plain Road continues as a primary corridor and actually turns into a major roadway and primary transportation route. Where SPR primary corridor overlaps with the train, SPR is actually a single lane, narrow line of traffic in each direction. Is that really a primary transportation corridor, or is it in fact a mass transit line, or is it a secondary corridor? What density is appropriate for that context? This issue also exists on the Valley South line, south of Bonnie Doon Mall. There's 1 stop in Avonmore, and then the next stop is Millbourne in Millwoods with a park and ride in the middle. If our intention is to maximize development of density at community intersection points, our district policy is missing these opportunities with the current designation of secondary and primary corridors. This morning, comments from Build Alberta state that district plans and corridors and density inside of districts should all be context dependent. Further question, the speaker said, the best development always strikes a balance and involves all the stakeholders. Neighborhoods are also stakeholders in designing density. So the Glenora Community League agrees there are places that secondary corridors should be wider and primary corridors should be narrower. The one-size-fits-all interpretation built into the district plans misses many opportunities and unnecessarily weakens communities in other areas. Aspects of the transit-oriented development guidelines from 2012 should be woven into the district plans via area-specific policy. This will support corridor planning and promote creative densification, building more spaces for connection and community building, and also address affordability of land and built form. Our strong recommendation is that Council delay the passing of the district plans and direct administration to complete corridor plans that bring consistency and equity to primary and secondary corridors and develop area-specific policies.
I'm going to stop you here. I'm sorry. Unfortunately,
Okay.
5 minutes are up.
Okay.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Laura Cunningham Shipley.
Mayor Sohi, I do think Kemo has joined the call.
I will see if they have.
Sorry.
I'll check if Kemo Mansuri. Kemo Mansuri? I'll come back later on if you could please go ahead.
Sorry.
I am here.
Oh, there you
I'm
go.
here.
Here you go. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
So, good afternoon, and thank you, Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Kemo Mansuri, and I am here today as the North West District representative for the board of the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Along with my colleagues, we are here representing the collective voice of community leagues in Edmonton. This is one way that we are continuing to advocate for initiatives that foster robust and healthy neighborhoods across our city. As part of our commitment to that goal, we are choosing to remain neutral on the individual district plan. It is our firm belief that representatives from each individual district and the community leagues within them are best positioned to comment on what is appropriate for their specific areas. But I do not wish for you to take our silence on these plans as a lack of engagement with them. In fact, we at the EFCL have been at the forefront of engagement on these files, both in the sense of representing the interests of our leagues to the city and in terms of communicating the city's goal, intentions, and plans to our members. We have even used these district boundaries for our own district as of December 2023. This has then aligned our organization with the work of the city and helped us to begin to think about the needs for amenities and facilities within these same areas. Through this double-edged engagement, we have come to recognize that a process as necessarily broad as district planning is ultimately the beginning of the work of building our communities and our city, not the end. We're here today to lay a foundation with the real work of translating overarching vision into a day-to-day realities to come. We believe it's in this work that the true value of our community leagues is evident. Their lived experience and nuanced understanding of their neighborhood is essential to ensuring that development are seamlessly integrated into our existing neighborhoods. Preserving what makes each of them unique while also enhancing the quality of life for existing and future residents of these neighborhoods. This is not just about integrating physical buildings, but also fostering a sense of community, belonging, and shared purpose. As a direct result of this understanding, though, I regret to say that the EFCL must withhold its support for the overreaching district policy unless an amendment is made to section 2.5.2.6. I will leave it to my colleagues to explain the specifics of both our objective and the potential remedy. But I'll close by saying that both the text of this amendment and the manner in which it was introduced seem to go directly against the spirit of open collaboration and community knowledge that we have worked hard to foster, and we hope that our demonstrated willingness to be a partner in this project of city building is proof that we make this suggestion in the spirit of improving what is, with this notable exception, a valuable and worthwhile initiative on the part of the city. I thank you, and I'll ask my colleagues to continue with this deliberation.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Laura Cunningham Shipley now.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and City Councilors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Laura Cunningham Shipley. I'm the Executive Director for the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. So before getting into the technical issues with section 2.5.2.6 that Kemo raised earlier, I would like to speak to the process that led to its inclusion in the district policy and why it's important the city be more considered in its approach to significant additions and amendments. This is an issue we are sure to see more of, as not only district plans, but also other large policy changes like the zoning bylaw are put into practice. A significant portion of our support for both zoning reform and the bulk of this district policy is due precisely to the fact that the city made significant efforts to consult and engage with Edmontonians about the proposed changes. But as we can plainly see in the failings of this additional section, it is important work, as it can help not only judge the appetite of our neighbors and neighborhoods for changes, but help the city ensure that it is living up to its own stated plans and commitments. At no point was section 2.5.2.6 ever consulted on with the public. It was in fact added after all major public consultation had finished, in response not to learnings or requests from that engagement, but to issues administration had run into on entirely separate planning decisions. We do not dispute that administration has a wealth of knowledge about what makes for good planning, but we do take issue with them bypassing the collective knowledge of our communities entirely, and feel that the issues with this section could have been easily identified and addressed with basic public consultation. Instead, we have been presented with an amendment that not only significantly broadens the potential for larger development across the city, but diminishes League's trust in the city and undermines a collaborative spirit that we have worked so hard to create on issues of development and planning. This is particularly disappointing given that it was only last fall that we saw what the city can achieve when we embrace the spirit of collaboration. When given the opportunity to have their voices heard, our community leagues proved that they were more capable of embracing change and taking on a leading role in shaping this city. Fortunately, our members have shown they are still committed to this role and have asked only that the city reconsider the most egregious oversight of the proposed amendment. I'll turn it to Brian Lardner, EFCL's Community Planning Advisor, to detail the technical changes and our justification. But I would like to finish off by saying we remain committed to being partners in building our city and its neighborhoods into more vibrant spaces for all, while also emphasizing that the key to every partnership is a spirit of open and respectful collaboration. So we hope that our actions in recent years prove our commitment to that spirit. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Brian Lardner.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and Council for letting us or giving us the permission, ability to speak here today. I should have a presentation that was submitted to the city clerk. It should be up there. It's just a single slide. Yeah, if that can go up, that would be great. Without further ado, we at the EFCL would like to propose the following revision to section 2.5.2.6. Combine the criteria, quote, at corner site and, end quote, and quote, at adjacent to a park or open space into one point. This would mean that neither of those conditions alone could justify increased building height. And the revised section could read, consider additional height in locations that meet at least two of the following criteria: in a node or corridor area or within 100 meters of a node or corridor area, within 400 meters of a mass transit station, along an arterial roadway or a collector roadway, the changed revision, at a corner site or adjacent to park or open space, and at adjacent to a site zone for greater than small-scale development. Now, the rationale behind our recommendation for this amendment is grounded in the need to balance development with community stability and cohesion. Our communities have already demonstrated their ability to adapt to taller buildings with designated nodes and corridors and support three-story structures within neighborhoods. These areas were carefully selected in the city plan to concentrate growth where it can be most effectively managed and where it aligns with the city's broader strategic objectives. However, the current amendment to section 2.5.2.6 significantly broadens the potential for taller development across the city, far beyond these established nodes and corridors. As currently written, a community feature as small as a pocket park could be justification for multiple sites of significantly taller development, vastly expanding potential development sites across the city, including well outside the established and significantly consulted upon boundaries of the nodes and corridors outlined. This expansion threatens to undermine the careful planning that has gone into defining these areas and could potentially undermine one of the main purposes of the nodes and corridor strategy, as outlined in the city plan. Its aim is at least to partially concentrate development in those specific areas to enhance the city's service delivery capabilities, particularly transit. This strategic focus ensures that development supports efficient public transportation and other essential services, making our city more livable and sustainable. By allowing increased building heights outside these areas, we risk diluting this strategic focus. Development could become too dispersed, weakening the effects of the overall plan. Our proposed amendment to combine the criteria, quote, at a corner site, end quote, and adjacent to a park or open space, end quote, into a single criterion aims to address these concerns comprehensively. This change would ensure that neither of these conditions alone could justify increased building height, thereby limiting the spread of taller developments to areas where they are most appropriate and aligned within the city plan. By making this amendment, we maintain the necessary flexibility for development decisions while ensuring they are consistent with the city's long-established plans. This approach supports the nodes and corridor strategy, concentrating growth where it can be best supported by existing and planned infrastructure services. For all these reasons outlined by myself and my colleagues, we hope you will not let the current wording of section 2.5.2.6 to persist. We believe that this small but significant change can go a long way to upholding the goals of what could be a serious step forward for our city. Thank you for your time and look forward to answering any questions you might have. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Before I go to Melissa Penny, I would like to actually go to Stan Anderson to accommodate their accessibility needs because they can't stick around for long enough. So we'll just modify the list. Yeah.
Is that picking me up there? Test 1, 2, check. My throat's very sore. I can't talk that loud. Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Well, when I first heard about plans like this some 30 years ago,
Maybe it might be better if they can sit down. Maybe close to the mic then.
okay,
Yeah. Can someone help them, please?
thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When I first heard of plans like this some 30 years ago, I was wondering what in the world they were talking about with some of the things that were planned. And one of the things that really jumped out at me as a disabled senior was the effect this would have on transportation. I'm told that we'll have to buy permits to go out of our own zone and to drive across Edmonton from one end to the other. We'd need enough permits that would run us about $100 a trip. I don't think any of us can afford that. So, I'm wondering how this is gonna work for anybody. It looks like we're gonna be electronically monitored as if we're prisoners in our own zone. And how's this gonna affect people who need to shop out of their own zone? Because I've talked to one lady who says that her two favorite supermarkets are going to be off limits to her under this new system. Now, why is this necessary? We have a good city as it is, and we need to be free to go wherever we want to, when we want to. And this is going to hamper our ability to travel around. I don't drive anymore. I use public transportation a lot. And I've got questions as to how this is going to affect somebody with, say, who needs to use taxi cabs. Are the taxi cabs going to be charged for permits whenever they take you from one section to city to another. And who's going to pay these charges? And I'd like to find out how in the world they were going to survive some people who live in areas on the outskirts where there are hardly any businesses. How are they going to get any food or pharmaceuticals or anything they need if they gotta constantly buy permits? And what place is going to sell all these permits? And how much are these permits going to cost? This looks very grim to me, and I would like to see what can be done to remedy this situation, because I can see bankruptcies going all over town, both individual and businesses. And to me, there's no reason for it. So, we're not criminals. Most of us are all law-abiding people. We don't need to be electronically monitored wherever we go and whatever we say and do. So, please, I urge you to think about this before you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you joining us. Okay, next.
All you people can't even get that guy a microphone. That's how disgraceful you are.
Excuse me.
No.
Please take the gentleman out.
Prison in the long run, so I'll lock myself out, guys. It's fine. That was disgraceful. Get the man a microphone. Disgraceful. Can't even get a microphone.
Please. Okay, anyone else speaks, please leave now. I will read the notes again. As a meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of the responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. So this is last warning. If anyone does that, you will be removed. And the type of behavior that will result in removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion and response features in Google Meets is also not permitted. So with that, we're going to carry on with our speakers. We'll go next to Melissa Penny.
Hi. Right. The district plan as written is giving full power to any developer to interpret and then decide what our future city is going to look like, where they want density, where they want to remove trees for their convenience, and all of this will be based on their budget and profitability, not where these things might be needed most. This plan puts too much faith that all developers have the greater good and respect for neighbors in mind. I only have to go look down the street to know this. Right before the last, the rezoning plan, There was an application for rezoning. Despite hundreds of voices in our community against it, it was approved. The house was torn down. Its asbestos-laden construction material was left behind. There was complaints. They were forced to remove it. They put some sloppy caution tape around the lot. They came back at a later date, replaced the fence, left the construction material that is now enclosed in an ugly bright green metal fence. So this has been about a year. So it went from a useful house to housing no one. And that's not the only house like that in our neighborhood. And this month when I'm driving around the city, I'm seeing trees cut down, lots being ready for development. And I'm wondering, where are the rules for developers that apply to regular citizens? It's May, it's nesting season. There are hundreds of birds who are relying on Edmonton to nest. Most of our native birds, they actually get one chance to nest, and if that nest is compromised, they cannot try again. But to nest successfully, they need mature trees, young trees, dead trees, and that isn't even enough. Each nest needs hundreds of insects per day for a period of weeks for those nestlings to live. This is where plants, not grass, are needed and everywhere to produce the biodiverse insects that are needed. Not tiny front gardens next to a tall, busy building, but houses with a quiet area of a backyard. A secret nest is a successful nest. Native birds also need separation for nesting. Every couple of houses in a mature neighborhood can successfully house a pair of nesting birds. Black-capped chickadees don't nest within 600 feet of another pair of black-capped chickadees. For red-breasted nuthatches, it's 300 feet. For white-breasted nuthatches, it's 1,000 feet. So you can see that your designated natural areas inside the city you think are a big piece of land, for a bird conservation point of view, they're very small, even for 3 of our smallest birds that are year-round that I just gave an example of. Urban ecosystems are not trees and grass. They are a network of gardens. I'm not talking about award-winning Instagram-worthy gardens, just simple areas where plants grow, and ideally including some Edmonton native plants. But you say there's been consultation with ecologists. That's an extremely vague word, and I think that those results should be shared publicly because so far your actions show that there can't have been environmental assessments on how Edmonton's rezoning, the city plan, and the district plan are going to actually affect our urban ecosystem. You can't just create an ecosystem where it's convenient. It's very expensive and it often doesn't work. The most economical way is to preserve what we already have. So preserving the functioning ecosystems that we have in mature neighborhoods and the river valley is what we need to do. And always keep in mind that that kind of nature is a child's first introduction to science. So what I've done is I've built upon the existing ecosystem in my neighborhood. I've added more species of native plants, and that's resulted in 80 species of birds visiting my yard in 2022. In 2023, I also had 80 species of birds. Ironically, on the lunch break today, I had the 100th bird species visit my yard while I popped outside for 15 minutes. I could argue that by going by square meters, my yard is one of the most biodiverse and important bird areas in the city limits. Yet, according to the district plans, I'm too close to nodes and corridors, and now I can have an 8-story apartment building directly on either side of me. Despite the thriving ecosystem in my neighborhood, it isn't considered worthy of protection. This allowable height changed since the rezoning and was not communicated to Edmontonians. How does that give us confidence in you or the process? The decisions you're making are destroying our urban ecosystem forever, and that's what this council's legacy will be, that you took away our inner city nature we enjoy, but sadly also take for granted. A native bird's worst enemy right now is the city of Edmonton. I'd just like to remind you that all of this is for future residents that you're doing. Please remember that it's the current residents that will be voting in the next election. There will be no future Edmonton without preserving the current nature. Thank you, that is all.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Evelyn Skaken. Yes, Skaken. So please, can you turn on your mic, please?
Okay, I will. Is that going to do it?
Yeah, if you could move close to the mic.
Okay. All right. My name is Evelyn Skaken. Thank you. And good afternoon to you all. I have 2
realities to remind you of. This is Edmonton, we're a northern city, and our big realities that we can't ignore here when we make plans is distance and winter. And so I'm just going to approach from that angle. Now, in recent years, as I drive around Edmonton, I wondered about the increasing inconveniences that hindered efficient traffic flow. For instance, one example, strange cement curb-like insertions on intersections taking up the lane for right-hand turns. Well, it's there, but it's inconvenient. There are other things, but we don't need to go into that. And then I found out about Edmonton's charter bylaw 24,000. City councils signed on to aligning with policies of various global agencies such as Paris Agreement, the UN Sustainable Development, World Economic Forum. And so, because we're signed up, the council signed up with these, we have to follow whatever these global policies are. Now, the council's budget for this global agenda is $502 million approximately per year. And it covers various projects like EV strategy, which is electric vehicles, which, as you know, in the north are no good at all. Also no good in the south, where you need it for air conditions. Energy transition strategy. That's questionable because which energy? You look at the massive ice storm, hailstorm in Texas. It cleared out a whole few acres of solar panels. So much for that. And there was a recent tornado in the one of the eastern states, and it leveled all the great big wind turbines. So, you know, energy transition, we've got to really think about that. But this is the global agenda, and that's at $502 million approximately a year. Now, this is okay, but at the same time, the council's budget for Edmonton, for local works, is only $107 million compared to the $502 for global. And we have some very issues that are demanding immediate action. We've all heard about them over and over again: the housing affordability, homelessness, mental health, drug addiction, poverty and food security. So it would seem to me that we'd be a lot better off taking from the 507 for global issues, which are not immediate solutions. These are long-term, and the people working on these this year won't see the results for 10 years or so. Like, that's how long it takes to work on a bike plan or whatever, you know, what's listed there. So I would think that it's more sensible to use it here for us. Look at the housing affordability, big one. So these budgets are managed with our very own tax dollars, both parts, the global, the local. And we, the residents, are the ones who need to be consulted on how and where our tax money should be used. It is our money. And it's for us, for here in Edmonton. The global policy's main focus is global control, which is being inserted at all government levels wherever elected personnel signed on. The main vehicle is the 15-minute cities idea. Now, the bylaws in that case are very stringent, and land use regulations are overly restrictive.
I am sorry, Speakers Kagan, 5 minutes are up now.
Wow,
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Please.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Frances Zanari.
Good afternoon. I am an Edmonton citizen. We already have communities, which gives people a feeling of belonging. All our essential services are close to our neighborhood to access in 15 minutes. We do not need districts. It is a waste of money and time. The city administration and the planning department have been planning all these changes for many years. They're following the plans of a few no-elected psychopaths from the United Nations. Agenda 2130 is the footprint on how humans will live in the future. Through those radical environment policies, making the car, CO2, and carbon dioxide emission the enemy. Grade 5 science says, the more carbon dioxide you have, the more plants you have, and the more oxygen you have. Right now, CO2 is at 0.04. If we go below to 0.02, plant life will die, and so will humans. According to all the experts and scientists, by now we should be in the ice age, and instead we're told it's global warming. Oh no, now it's climate change. Well, it is called seasons, spring, summer, fall, and winter. Districts and 15-minute city are about control, limiting the citizen movement, lockdowns. A QR code will be required. And do not forget the social score so that you have permission to go out from your own district. Well, the QR code is being already implemented in Quebec. In a real democracy, there would be a public discussion and a referendum. None of you elected officials have campaigned on these major changes that you have been voting on. You do not have the consent of the citizen. What I see every day is corruption, lies, deception, billions of dollars not accounted for at every level of governments and institutions, and it goes very deep. Organized crime groups and individuals listed as terrorists in their own birth countries have infiltrated our government and institution, compromising Canadian safety, damaging the confidence of the elected official and institution. Today, democracy in Canada is an illusion and dead. All the problems we have today are caused by corrupt politicians and their minions for money have sold their country and the citizen who elected them. They all should be charged with treason. Young Canadians will not have a future or even be able to own anything in Canada. The solution is very simple. Stop mass and illegal immigration and deport. Restate a regulate and fair immigration. More affordable houses will be available to Canadians. Crime will go down. The streets will be safe again. By removing the carbon tax, lowering taxes, the inflation will go down and Canadian lives will improve. Young Canadians will be able to live the Canadian dream of owning a home and having a family. Your high-density developments is turning the city into ghettos, full of walk-up apartments and townhouses, very cheap built, and there's nothing affordable. The builders are the only one making money. In a few years, there will be so much degradation, crime, turning the city into a third world country. Today, this public hearing is just a show to make you feel better and say that you consulted with the citizen. You will be voting yes because you're part of the corruption and walk through this radical environment policies. I hope you all sleep well, and one day you will have to answer to your own children and grandchildren and explain why did not fight for the future and freedom. Who has given you the power to take away my freedom movement? I do not consent. Good day.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Alana Cody.
This on?
Can you turn your mic, please?
I
there
sure
you go.
did.
Thank you.
Thanks. See you guys. So
I just want to talk about Edmonton. I was born and raised in Alberta. I moved to Edmonton in 1973. Amarjeet, you might remember me. I drove bus, remember? Leo, me? Okay, anyways. So Edmonton has always had districts, you know, when it got developed. I mean, I probably wasn't born yet. The Germans had their area, the Italians, the Ukrainians in Beverly, you know, the Chinese, and then eventually, you know, the Punjabi people in Mill Woods, you know, they all, it's nice to be, if I was a stranger in a country, I would want to be in a district that I was familiar with the language and culture. But so Edmonton was an awesome city for that. You know, it had the communities, what you guys call districts. It was districts and communities, like whether it was out at Westmount or Jasper Place, or, you know, all our districts. And the thing that Edmonton was well known for, not just in Canada, but later on internationally, things like our recycling system. I mean, mayors from other cities, and I don't mean in North America, I mean from overseas, used to come and see what people did Edmonton have that were so smart in creating all this recycling. So, you know, we have things like that, you know, we're just brilliant for. Yeah, you know, the previous councillors and, you know, and mayors had managers in various departments that knew everything, were very educated in those departments, and that's why we were able to do so well. And Edmonton has also been in the forefront of having green space, keeping the city pollution-free and safe, safe in the way of violence and crime, and also very, very multicultural. So I'm just happy with Edmonton. We have 12 wards, and that's why I'm confused with these 15 districts. Like, we already have 12 wards. So to me, every ward has a councillor and community leagues that help out. So we can look after our own areas. Like, Edmontonians we're very, maybe because of how we had to develop this land, because, you know, the native people got chased out and we had to figure it out for ourselves. But we're very resilient, and we can figure out the solutions to our problems, you know, with the help sometimes of scientists, doctors. But yeah, so I'm confused. I'm confused why we need 15 districts when we already have 12 wards. You know, each ward might need a little extra help, you know, in some areas. But, you know, I understand now with another 1 million people coming in, that's pretty heavy duty. So we are going to need more high rises, things like that. But you cannot destroy the neighborhoods that are already there. Take, for example, I've got a green space very close to me. I don't suddenly want, you know, an 8-story building there, you know, like that's going to change it completely. But all the new areas coming up, you know, oh my gosh, all along, you know, Highway 2, you know, start putting up high rises like crazy. You know, up until later, we can figure out, you know, how exactly we're going to fit 1 million people in the next 2 years. But yeah, so other than that, my only other question is, I didn't see anything in these district plans for the homeless people. Like, where are the plans? What happens to the homeless people in these district plans? You know, we can't fix that problem right now. Why would you bring in another 1 million people? I mean, some, you know, a couple 100,000, fine, without fixing our homeless people first. You know, so many people are still hungry. Just, you know, you think some places here in the city, I don't know if you've been to them, it's worse than a third world, what we call a third world country. So yeah, I don't know, we have to fix the homeless and drug addiction first, alongside with bringing in 1 million people. And we certainly don't need 15 districts. We already have 12 wards. You know, I can understand bringing in things that will help make everybody work a little easier with each other. You know, this department with that department with that department, but we don't need another 15 districts to confuse our 12 wards. Thanks.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Patricia Lineker.
Good day, Council.
I've read through both of your 182-page high-res and low-res publications on my general sense of what you believe will make a great sustainable city, and I have some concerns with this plan, which I'm sure are echoed by many engaged and concerned people in our city. Not only with expense, congestions, and inconvenience you will be creating in your hope to eliminate travel beyond 15 minutes, but the insertion of non-zoning requirements such as human morality issues and an unreasonable fear of weather by using alternate and experimental forms of transportation and fuels before thoroughly researching them, you are contributing to the quick and exorbitant rise of the cost of living. I don't think Edmontonians can afford to be part of a renovation experiment of this size so quickly. I feel I need to remind you that in the recent past you have used taxpayer dollars for failed, expensive projects in the name of sustainability, such as electric buses, which I'm sure you'll recall from your previous experiment how they don't work in the cold, bicycle lanes maintained and built at taxpayer expense are causing more traffic congestion and disrupting the timeliness and convenience traveling within the city. I resent having my taxes raised for something that is used the better part or the year-round by only the very hardiest of cyclists. Wouldn't associated costs be better spent on immediate local needs rather than focusing on a global conspiracy of climate change, of which Canada is barely a blip on the emissions map, and long-term investments which do not meet the needs of today's urban population? You are sacrificing the certainty of the needs of today and throwing billions of dollars at an uncertain future for which there is no guarantee of anything. Can we have a cost-benefit analysis of your latest plan? I wonder if you have considered other options of the global climate change discussion. Here is a quote from a publication endorsed by over 1,900 scientists and professionals from around the world entitled, "There is no climate emergency." Quote, "Climate science should be less political, while climate policies should be more scientific. In particular, scientists should emphasize that their modeling output is not the result of magic. Computer models are human-made. What comes out is fully dependent on what theoreticians and programmers have put in: hypotheses, assumptions, relationships, parameterization, stability, constraints, etc." End quote. This document is available to everyone to consider. I encourage you to read it. It's only 3 pages of facts. You can easily Google it. As I understand it, municipalities must represent its citizens, provide services to them, manage finances incoming and outgoing from local government and the infrastructure of the city. So I'm wondering why, in your aforementioned zoning presentation, you talk about systemic racism and historic trauma and truth and reconciliation or opportunity, equality and personal safety for women, girls, and gender minorities. Inclusive is mentioned 16 times in your document. Men are mentioned only once. Shouldn't all lives matter? How is any of this related to your role as council and a zoning plan? We need to encourage community, not mandate it. I agree there's always room for everyone from all cultures to be inclusive and compassionate. However, this is more like social engineering. It doesn't seem like a zoning issue. Individuals are generally capable of deciding how to apply humanity to our own lives in the way we see fit. People's lives don't need to be managed by someone else. All cultures already have a moral guide that preach on how to behave, and that was written centuries ago. In conclusion, I believe that all you're going to accomplish with this new zoning is create more chaos and more division and more unaffordable spending. You need to slow down, like we asked of you last year, and actually think about what you can control and what you can't. My advice would be stop being fearful and begin incorporating more realism and practicality. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. So that concludes the presentations on from panel 2. Now we open up questions from council members. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thanks everyone for being here today. I appreciate your time. Maybe I'll actually start with you, Ms. Lineker, since you just wrapped up. I wanted to ask, because I know you just mentioned you read through the plans, and we've heard from a couple speakers on this panel about concerns about having movement restricted, and I think you specifically made reference to the elimination of travel. Can you, because from reading the plans that I read through, it didn't look like I saw anything that suggested that was going to happen. So I was wondering if you had specific lines in the policy that gave you that concern that your movement was going to be restricted.
Not in that policy in particular, but what I'm seeing around me is a lot of constriction with bike lanes and bus lanes that have just taken over the streets. Mm-hmm. And that's obviously already being implemented. And I don't see any slowing down of that.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that you haven't necessarily seen anything in the plan, but it's more of the current actions that you've been seeing that have been taken over the last while that give you concern. Is that fair?
Well, yeah.
Okay, and I just wanted to, maybe I'll check with you, Ms. Motorshed, as well. Same question. I know we've chatted quite a bit on Facebook, and appreciate your contributions on the page. Have you seen anything in the plan that gives you concern that your movement's going to be restricted, or is it again similar to our other speaker around other actions?
In your plans currently, no.
Okay.
But in your plans later on, I think that's coming for sure. Okay. And with the cars, you're going to restrict our movement with our cars 50% of the time. It says it right in there.
See, and that's the thing I was going to ask about, because even the city plan, which you referenced, specifically says, and I'm quoting from it, the choice will remain to make those trips by auto. And so I guess maybe the follow-up question is there something you'd want to see in writing to help reinforce that's not going to happen? Because I understand why some people are fearful of that occurring. And I mean, I think, we can all say it here that that's not happening. The plan as written doesn't say that, but I'm wondering if there's something missing in the text that would give people that assurance.
Definitely. If you assured us that you aren't going to stop our cars from going, that we are not going to get fined for going out of our districts, definitely we would be happier with that.
Okay, well,
sure.
I'll say it when we get to the speaking, but I'll also say it now. I think I can say with 100% certainty that's not going to be.
It needs to be in writing in the plans, though.
Okay, so that's what you're sort of looking for. You're looking to see that sort of that piece in writing. Okay, I think, and maybe just Evelyn. Sorry, I missed your last name. I forgot. Skaken, thank you. And if you can turn your mic on as well, maybe I just wanted to pose you had, just as you got to the end, I think, you were talking about the land use regulations being overly restrictive. And again, I was wondering if you could elaborate on what you meant by overly restrictive.
Yes. Oh, pardon me, I need my glasses.
No worries, that's perfect, no problem.
Sorry.
Take your time, it's all good.
Be ready.
It's okay.
Right, so the regulations for land use are restrictive, so they can cause issues like they would undermine economic activities. Okay. Because if an entrepreneur knows that he needs to be situated there for his business, and the regulations say no, you can't. So there it goes. And it would infringe upon rights of property owners. Okay. There may be situations where a property owner, a house owner, is going to be told, we need this area because the regulation for this area is, an 8th floor high-rise.
Oh, I see. So is the concern that with something like the zoning bylaw, which was approved, which actually does provide more choices in how somebody could choose to use their land, you're concerned that the city would try to come in and sort of force a particular land use in that space?
Yep.
Is that correct? Okay. And when we get to questions of administration, that's a question I'll ask. My understanding is that legally we would have no ability or right to ever do something like that. So, but I appreciate you raising your concern on that. So I'm nearing the end, so I'll probably go from there. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Maybe I'll start with guest Motorshead.
So were you aware in Edmonton we have about 700,000 vehicles registered for a city of 1.1 million people? So like about 70%, 65% of people have a registered vehicle, or maybe some of them have multiple vehicles.
Okay.
Are you, because when I hear your concern, a lot of it seems to be about mobility and freedom of mobility.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yep.
So for me, the biggest impediment when I'm driving is other cars. I get stuck in traffic behind a line of 100 cars. So when I read these district plans, a lot of it seems to be indicating, are there ways that we can, are there ways that we can get some of those, say 20 of those cars ahead of me onto a bus, or maybe onto a bike, or even walking, or even providing housing choices closer where they live? I don't read this as constraining my movement. I see it as trying to get rid of the traffic ahead of me. Do you kind of see it that way too?
No, I do not. I
Okay.
see it as you are restricting my movement. Absolutely.
Okay. What do you, if we are a city of 1.1 million and we're going to grow to a city of 2 million, are you concerned, like if we're 2 million cars, that nobody will be able to drive, nobody will be able to park, nobody will be able to merge?
But you don't have the right to take that away from people.
I don't see it as taking away from people. I see it as offering choices. Is that not there?
No. No, because it says you want us to stop driving our car 50% of the time. So it's not a choice.
It doesn't say that, though. It
Oh,
says
yeah, it
you'll
does.
have a choice.
I've read it.
No, but Councillor Knack read it out just a second ago.
Okay,
It
I'll
says,
read what I have here.
please,
Um,
because I think this is the tension where
Yeah.
we're reading different things.
The two targets associated with the big city move are having 50% of trips made by transit and active modes, and where Edmontonians can easily access their daily needs within a 15-minute walk, roll, or transit trip.
Okay.
50% of the time of my driving. I drive my car everywhere.
Okay.
I don't take the bus.
That's great. But if the person beside you,
And that's up to them. But that's their choice.
which we agree on, right?
Okay,
But
choice,
if we
but
don't
it has
have,
to be choice.
But if their bus is stuck in traffic behind cars, if they can't bike somewhere safely, because I don't want to bike on 82nd Street.
Well, that's your problem, not mine. My problem is driving my car.
Okay, how about sidewalks? Like, do we agree there should be sidewalks?
Of course.
Even in winter?
Sidewalks?
Can people walk in winter?
Well, not old people can't. And they're
So
not
can
gonna,
old people
and
drive?
I don't want to walk 15 minutes to go get my groceries and to have to take a big wagon.
I'm glad you brought up seniors, because most of the people who can't drive are seniors. And I'm really worried about, like, when my mom and dad can't drive anymore.
Are you going to drive for them?
No. Oh, I hope not. I'm wondering what we do. Like, how do we build the city for seniors when they are legally not allowed to drive? What are their options?
Most of them live in a seniors facility.
But let's say they're visually impaired, or they're epileptic, or they're somewhere between a senior center. Oh, hold on. Are we going to be warehousing seniors in senior center? Because my mom won't like that.
You're making a joke out of this. It's not a joke.
Well, help me understand then. How do we offer choices?
You can offer choices. However, you cannot take choices away from people either.
But are we, by building a city that does not have bus lanes, that does not have safe infrastructure for biking, how is that offering people choice?
How many people bike in the winter?
Well, there's, I can
We are a
get to
winter
that. There's
city.
a lot. We're not a winter city.
We are a winter city.
It was only below minus 20 10 days last year.
No.
Yes,
I lived through it. I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Yes, very. It's weather data. It's all public. Like, okay, fine. Say 30 days. There's still 365 days, right? So, I think what I'm coming back to here is, like, I think you have some valid concerns that I'm trying to figure out how we articulate. But for me, the other piece here, we talked about money. Were you aware that over 8 years, the last 4 years and this 4 years, we're spending $4.2 billion on roads?
Well,
And
it
a lot
doesn't
of that,
look like it.
like more than half of that, is going towards just fixing the roads, because our vehicles are getting heavier and heavier, and it's causing more wear and tear. So really what's driving a lot of our taxes, and not just us, every city across North America, is cars. So again, coming back to choice, how do we...
Question, please.
How do we give people more choice?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer for that.
Yeah, I'll yield the time. Sorry, I'm 20 seconds.
Thank you so much, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I wanted to circle back to Ms. Farrow, still online virtually. I can't see. Rocky.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep. So I just was curious because I had also highlighted a lot in my reading. I have my binder here because I am still tactile in my learning. But it does talk about 2.6.2 does talk about river, valley, and ravine connections specifically, and talks about ecological protection. And then it also mentions on 2.6.1.8 that natural areas will have, with any sort of ecological significance, will have ecological buffers. Does that not satisfy your concern around that? Or what would you like to see strengthened?
Yeah, I think that's the intention, but there's no mechanism without having the natural areas mapped, and with the other policy 2.5, 2.6 being inconsistent with those aspirations, then we could lose all. So there's just there's not consistency within the policy.
Yeah, I
So
felt that too, because I said with prioritize protection of like sun space, for example, like talks about under 2.6.1, it talks about the need to ensure that we keep sunlight for open spaces and things like that. But then we have that new addition of the policy item that talks about build high near green spaces as one condition. Is that what you're talking about as the discrepancy? Am I understanding that correctly?
Hold on a sec.
Sorry, I know I'm throwing out a lot of numbers at you, and
I'm just trying to, I was just trying to multitask and hold on, I just need to mute something down.
Do you want a minute to, I can
No,
circle back?
go ahead. Your final question was what? Sorry.
Just, is it what I gave an example of that inconsistency you're talking about, where the new policy addition that talks about if these two conditions are met, then
Yes.
high density is more appropriate. But then when you read 2.6.1, it talks about, for example, as one example of many, that sunlight and open spaces be preserved.
Totally agree. And I think 5.5 also tries to mitigate and plan for proper stewardship of the river valley. But again, 2.5 and 2.6 really aren't consistent. And, until in previous iterations of policy, the natural areas were mapped, which is extremely important given that example that I gave you of Alescu and how we almost lost yet another natural area. So, all of our policies, open spaces documents, breathe, call for a net gain in natural areas. So let's get them mapped so that it's easier for the development officers to do the right thing. I think the intentions are there, but just not the tools.
Okay, and then quickly, because I do want to ask one other question too, I don't want to have to do another round. You had mentioned in your letter about right now, sort of the districts intersect the river valley. So like, for example, multiple districts, rather than it being like one greenway. Have you noticed any inconsistencies that you wanted to flag for me between those districts and what it says about the river valley?
Well, yeah, I mean, there are some details in some of the districts, some mapping that's not entirely consistent. And I know, being on the board of the North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, as well as Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, that we both have concerns there. And Denny Thomas, who will be speaking, will speak specifically to that, and I think give you the best answers.
Sure. And then just to Melissa, in my last minute here.
Hello.
It does talk about in the district policy the habitat greenways and increase wildlife movements. What do you think is missing? Have you read that section of the policy?
Yeah, so what I think the biggest thing is without an actual proper ecological assessment of the city, no one really knows where our wildlife is. And this is, if you don't know where it is, how can you protect it? And the point I'm trying to make is that the nature actually extends out of the river valley through the mature neighborhood, but it actually extends farther than thought and in a different way. So without a proper assessment, how are we protecting it if we don't know where it is?
No, thank you. I appreciate that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to go to the EFCL with my question, and it's surrounding 2526. So, and 2.4 in the presentation, at a corner site or adjacent to a park or open space, my suspicion is that this is probably referring to some of the larger parks, but your concern is that it would be implemented with smaller parks because that isn't in the language to prohibit that. Is that right?
I think it could be in either. So what we're trying to say is let's keep the development around the nodes and corridors, the mass transit, the arterial roadways, and if it could be at a corner site and a park could be another option as well. So it's including.
Okay, so in my mind, I think of, you know, for example, Clairview Station that has like sort of high-story buildings right beside the park at Clairview. That's what I envision. So maybe help me with what you are envisioning as sort of a worst-case scenario in that scenario.
Sure, I think the only reason for the smushing them together into this one point was because if you're considering at a corner site and across from a park as two separate qualifiers when used together that could allow for this increased height adjustment, that the lowest denominator of a pocket park, for example, yields many of those instances, and that's why it was used as the lowest, you know, the worst case scenario of what could happen. You might have like 6 or 8 occurrences around this one tiny pocket park.
Okay.
And that was the suggestion.
So you'd like to see a refinement of that takes into account like different use cases, and they probably wouldn't get that use case without probably talking with the community, I would imagine.
Right, fair. But
Yeah.
if you combine both of these components into one requirement in addition to the other ones listed in the adjustment, then it prevents that from occurring to a degree that I think.
So I'd like a little more granularity. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. I think that makes sense, and I'll ask administration about that. Okay, but otherwise, were there any other larger concerns? Because that's the one that I saw highlighted.
You know, I don't think so. I think you will hear from other community leagues that have specific concerns around their district plans in particular, and we've spoken with them and have some understanding of that too. But I think for us right now, this is the main piece and the concern that there wasn't any community engagement on this.
Okay, I think that's fair. Great. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Hamilton.
I just had quick questions because I think Councillor Knack covered off a lot of what I wanted to ask. But I think to Ms. Farrow, and I was busy looking through my notes, there is some work coming later this year on the River Valley modernization. Do you think that will help alleviate some of your concerns? Yeah, because I felt like that was a piece that was sort of missing in the whole as city planning conversation and the district planning conversation. So I saw you nod, but I'll wait for a verbal response maybe. Are you having trouble unmuting? Should I come back to you? Okay, all right, maybe I'll come back to Ms. Farrow. Carol Secord, are you still online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so from your submission, what I'm understanding is that before we could talk about some of the nuances of district planning, we need to have a bit more of a sophisticated understanding of the primary and secondary corridors. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that the area-specific
Sorry,
policy.
I am here if there was a question.
We'll come back to you.
I'll come back to you, Ms. Farrow.
Yeah, what I was suggesting is that we really need to look at, are we
Speaker Farrow, can you please mute yourself?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Are we looking at secondary corridors and primary corridors with the goal of density everywhere along those mass transit lines? And is there equitable and consistent interpretation? And what do we really mean by a primary corridor when, you know, one section of Stony Plain Road, for example, is very, very residential and very, very narrow, and then it becomes then it becomes the rest of it all the way out, you know, past the city as a major roadway. So that's the differentiation. I think that's very, very important. And there's a place for that granular or nuanced discussion with neighborhoods around planning corridors that will actually also meet the needs and the priorities of the speakers, for example, from Build Alberta, which is focusing on context.
So that's really helpful, and I'm happy to clarify that in questions with administration. Speaker Farrow, are you back?
Yes, I am, and I'm sorry, Carol and Councillor Hamilton, for that interruption. Somebody was at the door. That was awkward.
No worries.
I'm here.
No worries. But I just we were talking about River Valley modernization. Do you think that will help sort of fill some of the gaps between district planning and I would say a pretty antiquated River Valley land use plan?
That does not give me comfort. I know there are aspirations to make sure things align, but what I don't want one process to drive the other, and I feel that's what's currently happening. So it would be, I think there's, you know, the data exists. It would be very simple. The natural areas were previously mapped. They can just be added back. I just think we should refer this district policy and the plans back. There's, I think, yeah, a lot of room for optimization. And again, the 2.6, some of the open spaces, no, some of the 2.5 and 2.6 came without really ability to weigh in, without consultation, that I think both the RVCC and North Saskatchewan River Valley feel they missed out on. And yeah, there's just too much internal inconsistencies in the district plans, I think, to go ahead. And, you know, I have had experience where you know, once the, you know, with zoning and these plans that are, you know, at the discretion of the development officers and such, there's, you know, they become the law. They are the law. That's where the rubber hits the road. So to have it done before some of the policy is clear will sort of drive the policy will have to be retrofitted to align, and it just doesn't work out well from a conservation perspective.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you all the speakers and share your perspective today. My first question goes to Ms. Secord. In your comments, and specifically you talked about emphasize the consistency and equity of density around the lots and the corridors. And also, and you mentioned about to defer this plan and for the further corridor planning. So can you provide a little bit more information, what you're looking for if we defer this back for that corridor planning?
Certainly. So following this process, especially for the last almost 2 years now, I know I don't actually have personally a strong sense of what exists as area-specific policy because that's separate from, let's say, the district plan around nodes and corridors and the density that's brought into nodes and corridors. So when we started looking carefully at what was a mass transit line and what was secondary and what was primary and where were the density guidelines to promote the full use of our major investment in the transit lines, I see that there's all kinds of inconsistency, right? Like, so through my particular neighborhood, the transit line goes right through the middle, and it's a primary corridor in a residential area, but there are other residential areas that are just secondary corridors. And so if we're looking at the intersection points between sort of major roadways inside of a zone, like let's say 156th Street from Stony Plain Road down to 87th Avenue, where Meadowlark is, there's actually not much incentive to create more density at that Glenwood stop right now because it's a secondary corridor and there already are apartment buildings that up to the commercial alley, whereas so that's really what I meant. And in my mind, district planning is where that you were going to have those area specific or zone specific, like sections of corridor planning discussions to influence specific policy.
So you would like to see the more analysis or more planning to ensure that consistency of density and across the entire city. So is that?
Yes, I think so. Because when you, looking at the demographic, okay.
So
thank you.
that means the more analysis, more planning, and to ensure that consistency across city is needed before approve this district plan. Okay,
yes.
So that is you are looking for. So thank you. And the next question go to the speaker, Patricia. Oh, yes, thank you. So you talked about the cost benefits analysis for this plan. So are you referred to the cost benefits to implement this plan, or the cost benefits analysis to develop this plan? So which specifically you are referred here?
Well, both of them. Like, can you provide a cost-benefit analysis for implementing it? Like, what is the benefit? What do you think is the benefit going to be?
So you would like to see that benefits analysis before the plan
before
plan was
it all
approved.
happens, before our pockets get picked again.
Okay, so so for those cost benefits analysis is more broadly scope, or is only focused on our city tax dollars? So because we talk about other people talk about tax dollars here. You mentioned as well.
Is it not our tax dollars that are paying for this? So yes, I would like to see savings on our tax dollars and what our money is being spent on.
So you would like to see the implement, what's the cost benefits when we implement those plans?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my time.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. I have a meeting. I gotta leave for quickly. Is it okay if I go now?
Please go ahead.
I have questions. Can I go now?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Happy
thanks.
to take the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Appreciate that. To folks from EFCL, you said there was no consultation, public consultation on 0.26 and 2.25, right?
Correct.
Right. It was added later on, right? So, so that's one issue that I appreciate that you acknowledge administration for thorough engagement they had with you throughout the process, with the exception of this provision.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, and it's not clear to me in your letter what you're proposing. So what you're proposing is to combine at a corner site or adjacent to a park or open space, right?
Correct.
I think as it is worded, I don't know if that solves your problem, right? Because it still could be, a corner lot or a node, right?
So I think it's, as we read it right now, it's requiring two of the criteria.
Yeah.
And so we want to make sure that the two criteria that are chosen are not a corner site and a park and open space. So by combining them, we want that to be one choice.
Okay.
And then the other choice could be
So it
something
says a
like
corner
node.
lot and adjacent and.
Correct.
It's not or then, right? So that's not clear to me.
Yeah, so we want it to be one option amongst.
So the whole bullet will be one consideration, right?
One consideration.
Got it, okay.
So they must have one other consideration.
Yeah, okay. When we gave approval to when we went through the whole process of ZBR we increased density on a 50-foot lot, permissive up to 8 units. So that is already available, right, on corner lots.
Correct.
And you supported that, you're fine with that. Community, even though was some were opposed, but there's certainty what will happen. So this increases further density on top of what we approved during ZBR.
That's right. And we think it will cause more distrust than is needed, where at this point, everyone's really focused on the nodes and corridors, and they're focused on those arterial roads, and so let's keep that focus there.
And I shared that concern because we just went through the process, not been 6 months. Here we are changing it again, and I think that does erode some of that trust. And no, thank you for flagging that for us, and I will definitely clarify that with the administration as well. That is the only questions I had. So I will leave the chair with Councillor Stevenson, and
Great, thank you very much. I'm actually
I'll be back by 4 o'clock.
Sure, thank you. I'm actually going to pass the chair to Councillor Jans as acting mayor, so I can ask my round of questions.
Taken.
Thank you very much. It's a hot potato of chairing today. Thank you very much. I just had a few quick questions to clarify with EFCL. So is the specific concern around the unspecified additional height that could be permitted? For example, is there openness to low rise up to 4 stories in those locations? Or is there not openness to the 4-story in those locations?
I think at this point, it is currently up to 4 stories, correct, in those locations. And so what our concern is that it would go beyond that within that location.
Yeah, and that's not actually my reading of the policy, so that's a good clarification. And I will go through that. Okay, and so it is the additional above 2.5.2.5. Okay. Okay, thank you. That really helps. I think that's actually it. I will take the chair back, Councillor Jans, and yield the rest of my time.
Returned.
Oh, actually, would you like to move an additional round?
So moved.
Seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Salvador, are you with us online? We have all the votes now.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. We'll go next. I'm sorry, I've lost the speakers list, but I think it may have been Councillor Knack.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I think actually I only had one other one I didn't get to ask to Ms. Skaken again. Thank you. Hello again. In your presentation, you had touched on some of the amounts of money that are being spent on various initiatives, and I've heard that from a few other speakers. I'm not necessarily looking for it right now, but do you have information that you can share with all of council around where those numbers are coming from? Because I know Councillor Jans, as an example, raised a point around how we've actually invested in this budget, billion plus in roads, and so I just feel like the numbers you shared with the 507 million on global initiatives and 107 locally aren't actually aligned with the budget that was actually approved. So is that something you're able to send to council separately?
I could.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I think it'd be really valuable because thinking about the budget that we actually approved back in December 2022 for capital investment, it's quite a bit different than what those numbers would suggest. So I'd like to learn where you're getting that from, and then maybe whoever your councillor is can share more context around what was approved in the actual budget document. So. Okay, great, and it's really easy to get in touch with us. It's council@edmonton.ca, so we can coordinate that after. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I just wanted to go to EFCL for some questions that didn't get asked yet. I think I had a bit of a different perspective, and so I wanted to dig into this idea that this was added not based on public input. So I guess my first question is, how do you know it wasn't added based on public input?
A couple of ways, because this was added this year, like since January, and public consultation and work was done as of the end of December. And just as well in conversation with our administration colleagues, we know that this was added based on a lot of information that they had from different applications that had been made. So it was based on their best knowledge and best practice, and they were wanting to get something put into policy based on some decisions that were made. And so our concern is that that's fine. We respect that they have a lot of knowledge in this area, but we just feel like this has quite a bit of implications for
and I just think
community.
it's important to understand the expectation of public engagement, because I don't think it's like, because I mean, this is public engagement right now, what we're doing right now, where they posted it, you're here, you're talking about it, that's public engagement. But I also think that there's an understanding that everybody has all the information. Sometimes administration will take the general sentiments of what they hear and then adjust and adapt and add policy lines based on that. And I know that in the context of district plans, they've heard both sides of it's not bold enough and it's too bold, right? So I wondered if maybe that was the catalyst for this, or like,
And it could have been. And I would say that likely what you're hearing is community is likely saying, that's enough. We've agreed to enough, and that there are other stakeholders that have said that this is not bold enough. But that's my impression.
Because I worry though, like whether that policy is in there or not. Let's just like back up to the broader conversation on district plans, and some of the what might have been the catalyst for that is a few things that I mentioned with the last panel that came to public hearing, that based on how the district plans were originally drafted, probably wouldn't have passed, and one would have been a direct control in Woodcroft that had affordable housing, as an example. So we've also heard a lot about affordability here. So how do we make sure that we're clear with the public and we're creating those, but we're also not setting up such an expectation of rigidity that we actually don't become a rebuildable city? Thoughts?
It's a difficult question, and I would also suggest it's staged, right? I mean, I think to the mayor's point, there's been a lot of big changes that have been brought to the public, and I wonder if this is sort of a staged approach over the next 5 years or so.
Okay, but I think the question is though, if right now, whether the district plans exist or not, things are still going to come to public hearing. And without this guidance, we're going to still likely approve the same things that were approved based on the city plan, because the city plan already exists, right? So this is where I'm grappling with, but then it makes people upset because they don't have anything to point to and say, okay, well, this is what is guiding those decisions, or what isn't. And it doesn't give that certainty that a high rise could be right smack in center block of a regular residential place. District plans does.
And I guess my question would be is now that if the district plans are approved, is that not the policy that you look to for those decisions as well? And granted, you can always
no, it's a great question, and in my big binder that I was reading, I took a lot of notes because it said that if there's still like lower level plans, so neighborhood structure plans, those would take precedence, and I'll double check that, my understanding. The district policy is more just going to guide rezoning is how I'm understanding it. But I'll double check that question because it's a good question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you. And still with the EFCL, because you may be fielding questions about this, would it be helpful to be able to tell people who are asking you that the district planning, when you see that map, has nothing to do with communities or community league borders, and those will not change? Would that need to be in writing, or do you?
Well, I mean, yes and no. So we have made some changes to our own districts with community leagues to mirror.
Not city-driven through a planning document.
No, but they do mirror a lot of the district planning boundaries.
Yeah, they mirror it, but they're completely different concepts, communities, community leagues. are very different from a district planning document. And so those borders that you see have nothing to do with each other. Do you need that in writing, or is that going to be understood?
I don't, because I hear you, Councillor Paquette, but I also recognize that there is some work that we're doing with our leagues to think about the amenities and how their populations in neighborhoods move around, and how we can enhance people's access to recreation, to facilities, to amenities, which is, I think, part of the district planning. But yes, you're right, it doesn't directly impact community leagues per se.
Right, it's just planning, how people move around and things like that. Okay, as long as people understand it. And also, you might get questions about this from today, and I don't know if you will, but would it be helpful for you to know that the gentleman earlier who was in, who had the accessibility accommodations made did have a microphone, and we could hear every word, and his words were transcribed on the screen. So would it be helpful for you to know that as well, if anyone asks you?
Yeah, it would be, and I did see that, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now on recess until 3:46. Thank you. Oh, and this panel is done. Thank you. So for all the participants in this panel, we really appreciate you being here. We don't have any further questions of you. You're welcome to stay, listen to the conversation, and we'll be starting with our next in favor panel, I believe, after the break.
That's correct.
Thank you. It's okay. Thank you. We will call this meeting back to order. I'd ask everyone to take their seats, please. I'll start with a roll call of my council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Paquette will be joining us momentarily. Oh, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette.
Yes, I am
Hi,
here.
good afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice. And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Thank you very much. We just need to add some new speakers. Councillor, oh, I just need to read them out. We don't vote on them. So on, I would like to add on panel, for item 3.1, 3.2, in favor Dale Freeman, and on 3.1, 3.2, opposed Dennis Coulthard. Okay, with that, we are on to panel 3, which is individuals in favor. So I'll call up Drina Schneider. Are you joining us online?
Yes, I am.
Hi, welcome. Ryan
Thanks.
Jacks.
Hello, I'm also online.
Hi, thanks for joining us. David Desvin, in person. Oh, you're here. Hello. Come on down. And Dale Freeman, I believe you're also here in person. Or Dale, are you joining us online? Okay, not seeing you, but we'll come back. Thank you. So, Speaker Schneider, I'll go to you. You have 5 minutes.
Wonderful, thank you. So dear City Council, my name is Drina Schneider, and I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed district policy. I'm a lifelong resident of the city, having grown up in the West End, followed by condo living in Oliver, and now raising a family in the Capilano area. At a professional level, I'm a management consultant with over 30 years of municipal finance experience. Today, I'm speaking to you as a city resident and taxpayer, passionate about building a vibrant and livable Edmonton. Over 300 years ago, Benjamin Franklin wrote that, in this world, nothing is certain except death and taxes. So why do I bring this proverb up, and what does it have to do with district planning? The answer is a lot. In November 2023, when City Council began contemplating a 7% increase in tax rates, reactions from taxpayers across the board were quick and harsh. There were claims of frivolous and misguided spending and poor management of municipal operations. What is especially worthwhile to mention here is that the business community noted the negative impact of high taxes on affordability and economic development. The bottom line is there's a low tolerance for tax rates, and at some point, increasing property tax rates can deter development and investment in the city. The City of Edmonton's business is to provide municipal services and programs to its residents and businesses. Municipalities have limited sources of revenues to access, so more than 50% of the City of Edmonton's operating budget is funded by property taxes. So what are the options for managing tax rates? One is not funding or deferring capital projects. So that includes new builds, life cycle costs, reinvestment at the end of an asset's life. It's estimated that the city already has a $4.7 billion renewal deficit over the next 10 years. Continued deferral of financial obligations for capital renewal will only erode service levels and or further increase costs. Another way to manage it is cutting or reducing municipal services and programs. So this impacts level of service or staffing. And of course, the third area here is calls for increased funding support from senior levels of government. But I want to draw attention to the elephant in the room. The fact that how and where the city grows has a significant impact on how the city can deliver municipal services to its residents and businesses. And this ultimately has an impact on property tax revenues and needed property tax rates to balance the city's operating budget. As we continue with our historic pattern of outward development, we just keep adding public assets to the ever-growing asset inventory that the city needs to maintain. More roads, more pipes, more transit buses, more fire halls, more police stations, more rec facilities, more green space, etc. While some of this new development, our infrastructure, is initially built or funded by developers, The city's on the hook to build facilities not funded by development, as well as to maintain all these public assets. At the same time, we have existing neighborhoods that are at the end of their neighborhood life cycle. There are over 90 neighborhoods in Edmonton whose population peaked in the 1970s. Today, the population of these neighborhoods has declined by over 100,000 over peak levels. Yet the municipal infrastructure and services are in place to accommodate higher population. Targeted investment is required to ensure that these existing established neighborhoods remain vibrant and contribute to the city's viability and livability. This includes redevelopment to accommodate higher density development, to provide for a wider range of housing mix, and to grow the population of our existing neighborhoods to support local commercial and business opportunities. City plan and the proposed district policy and district plans provide the direction for the city to grow in a more financially sustainable manner through opportunities for redevelopment within our existing developed neighborhoods. The focus on inward and upward growth is what is needed to support more efficient delivery of services so that we can have property tax rates that are reasonable and competitive with our other neighboring municipalities. I want to thank the City Council and administration for your vision and all your work towards building a vibrant, livable, and lovable Edmonton. As mentioned by other speakers, the City of Edmonton is being recognized by other municipalities and organizations in North America as a leader or example for future urban development. And this includes Strong Towns, a North American grassroots movement advocating for building cities that are financially resilient. Recently, the City of Edmonton was selected as one of 16 contestants across North America and made it to the one of 4 finalists in the 2024 Strongest Town contest held by Strong Towns. This recognition is well deserved and shows we're on the right path to building a financial resilient city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go next to Ryan Jacks. Over to you for 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the district policy. My name is Ryan Jakes, and I'm a 23-year-old born and raised Edmontonian. And as a young adult, it brings me great pride to live in a city that has a bold vision for the future. I wanted to speak here today as the youth voice in local governance is very much underrepresented. It is much easier for special interest groups and retired homeowners to make their voice heard at a weekday council meeting than youth who is struggling school, work, other activities, and family obligations. From the youth perspective, we are facing many challenges, but one of the biggest, short-term and long-term, is housing affordability. There's a well-publicized and well-documented housing crisis across this country, with places like Toronto and Vancouver becoming more and more inaccessible and unfriendly to youth and their goals and aspirations. Even Calgary, as we've seen, has seen a spike in house and rent prices in the last few years. And unfortunately, Edmonton is not far behind that if we are not proactive. Housing affordability is fundamentally a supply and demand issue. If we build more housing, the cost of ownership and renting goes down, making the city more accessible for youth and everyone, and a life they can grow into and thrive in. So for better or for worse, it's a fact that Edmonton is growing at a rapid pace. I think I heard we added over 100,000 people in the last 2 years alone, which is obviously a huge amount. And knowing this, it is imperative that we plan for growth. And I think this district policy is a crucial and foundational piece of such planning. However, there's evidently a lot of speakers signed up who are opposed to the district policy at this public hearing, and I suspect a good chunk of this opposition comes from older or retired homeowners with lots of time on their hands. And to be clear, I have no problem with this and applaud their as well as everyone's civic engagement, but I just want to help balance out the conversation. So while everyone is welcome to disagree with certain aspects of the district policy, my concern is that the ultimate goal of many opposing speakers signed up at this hearing who have spoken previously or will speak later may be to simply delay and obstruct. That they may fundamentally disagree with the proposed district planning, but see suggesting delays and nitpicking as more agreeable than outright opposition. Suggesting the district policy be reviewed further or go back for more public consultation has a very convenient effect of delaying the implementation of the district policy and kicking the can down the road, where another delay can be attempted in the future, or perhaps significantly watering it down to the point where it becomes functionally impractical. As city councillors, I implore you to keep these possible hidden motives in mind when considering opposition to the district policy, though there may be some valid criticisms in there. And though I must say, however, I do agree with the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues proposed amendment to section 2.5.2.6. Having a corner site adjacent to a park or open space, just those two pieces should not automatically open up development that is irregular and inconsistent with the rest of the district policy. This district policy is about targeted growth planning, and it should stay that way. And if this section is kept, the district policy opens itself up to easy criticism, which I should note the news is already having a field day with about section 2.5.2.6. I'll finish this off by saying to everyone that your neighborhood is constantly changing, even if the buildings remain the same. Also changing is how accessible your neighborhood is to young people, families, and retirees, and all Edmontonians, even if the buildings are remaining the same, like I said. Edmonton is a rapidly growing city, and this should be reflected in our planning, and this district policy is a huge step in the right direction. I'm proud to call Edmonton home and very optimistic about my future here and the potential for me to have an affordable and fulfilling life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to David Despins.
I'd like to begin by saying, first of all, a big thank you to the Mayor and Council for this opportunity of public engagement of today's hearing. And I must say to date that the public consultation has been ample and extensive and even protracted because of COVID. And so I think that now's the time to move forward without much more delay. I do support the district policy and its goal of creating a climate resilient community. And I applaud the degree to which climate lens has been incorporated in the draft before us today. The world is changing, and so must planning process be also an evolving aspect of reality, particularly in today's changing political climate. Therefore, I respectfully suggest to refine and fine-tune district policy by allowing a 4-year implementation period followed by a review, further public engagement and endorsement that may lead to a referendum for ratification at a subsequent municipal election. I always contend, since 1993, when I joined the Progressive Conservative Party of Alberta, and to this day I maintain a Conservative membership in the current party, that my understanding is that local issues are always best dealt with by a local authority. And to that end, the local authority directly engages with its citizens. So I would conclude this statement that we must go ahead with this. It's long time overdue. It's necessary to streamline our planning process and make it in keeping with the needs of what we have to do to address growing population and the pressures that will be on infrastructure, communities, and our cultural fabric of our society. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. I will check if Dale Freeman is joining us. I don't see it. Okay. Well, questions to the panelists from colleagues. Okay, great. We'll go. Councillor Principe, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question for Speaker Jacques. Are you still there? Ryan?
Oh, sorry, I missed the question. I was changing my earphones.
Oh, okay. I didn't ask the question, so don't worry. You didn't miss it yet. I do have a question about your take on the housing affordability. I agree with you about the importance of that. But how do you see housing affordability being addressed with this?
Yeah, so like I said, I see housing affordability and housing in general as fundamentally a supply and demand question. So I think this planning for growth helps identify where this growth should go. And in that case, so all the different nodes and the primary corridors and secondary corridors, it just makes it easier for developers to make that housing, which increases that supply. And that's basically my view on it.
Right. And would you agree that developers and builders would maybe, like, they know the demand and they build to demand, not necessarily oversupply?
Well, they build to demand, but they also need to go through zoning and things like that. And I think part of what this district plan and policy is helping to do is making sure that certain areas are identified for growth, which are accessible to transit and other things, so that developers can have that opportunity to do it with less red tape. And there's been a lot of public consultation as well to make sure that, you know, these areas make sense, that they're a reasonable part of the development of the city, and that it's building towards a brighter future for all Edmontonians, and including youth, from my perspective.
Okay, all right. Thanks for sharing that. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Principe. So that concludes the questions to the panel. Thank you so much for joining us. We will continue with the panel number 4. I'll call your name, so please come down if you are here in the chamber. Jacob De Wong, Go Together Edmonton in person. Speaker number 1. Andrew Bambridge, speaker number 2. You're remote? Thank you. You're there, Andrew? Speaker Bambridge.
Sir, yes, remote.
Thank you. Dennis Thomas, speaker number 3, not in person. Is that you, Speaker Thomas, coming down? Thank you. Yeah. Mary Gordon will be speaker number 4. Stacy Bula in person, speaker number 5. Jan Hardstaff, speaker number 6 in person. Bab Zabat, speaker number 7. Heather Swain, in person. Heather Swain. Oh, there you are. You will be speaker number 6. No, sorry. 8. Connor Smith or Smith. In person, number 9. Rick Peltier. In person, Rick Peltier. Or virtually? No. Sylvia Van Loveren. Sylvia Van Loveren in person. Or remotely? No. Anne Reynolds in person. Ann Reynolds in person or remote? Nope. All right, we will start with Jacob DeWong. Each of you have 5 minutes, so please try to remain within 5 minutes, and after that, Council may have questions.
Hello, thank you, Mayor Sohi and Council. My name is Jacob DeWong, and I'm an advocate with Grow Together Edmonton. Next slide, please. So a little bit about us. We're a totally volunteer organization, and our goal is to make and maintain housing affordability in Edmonton and Canada more broadly. And today we're going to talk about tackling the fundamental problem of building more homes where people want to live. Next slide, please. So it might be a bit of surprise, but our position is that the district plans need to be revised before being approved. And I say this with all respect and thanks to administration who put in a lot of hard work and who always listen to our point of view and feedback throughout the process. Next slide, please. I won't belabor the point because this has been talked about a lot, but Edmonton is growing really, really fast. And if we look at cities larger than 1 million, we're only second behind Calgary. Next slide, please. Without a change of course, with this enormous growth, housing costs will only go up. Despite steps that we've taken forward with open option parking, zoning renewal, we still haven't made headway on this fundamental problem. This shows in the CMHC market report for April 2024, where they predict extremely low vacancy rates and continuing rent and home price increases for the near future. Next slide, please. So, from our point of view, the most recent draft has been improved with these two policies, but not enough. And they are not strong enough. 2.5.2.5 is only for low-rise, and the number 6, the language of consider, is not enough support for higher density in key locations. Next slide, please. And this shows with the recent rezoning in Windsor Park, where half of council thought that district plans did not show enough support for this common sense rezoning that the vast majority of council agreed makes sense. Next slide, please. So here are our recommendations. I won't go through all of them. You can read more in our written submission, but I'll focus more on housing near transit and post-secondary institutions. Next slide, please. So we need to provide outright support for mid-rise near LRT, and this means within 800 meters of each station. We want people to use transit more for a lot of the reasons talked about today: less traffic, less greenhouse gas emissions, but we need to make more efficient use of our billion-dollar assets, and this means more people living near transit. And here I've given an example of McKernan Belgravia, but it's not just this station. You can go on my website. A lot of other stations look exactly like this, where most of the area will be reserved for low-rise. Next slide, please. We have to adopt an approach like BC, which has 3 key differences with district plans. They use a radius of 800 meters, they permit at least mid-rise throughout, and it applies to every rapid transit station. Next slide, please. And the ground is starting to shift. The emerging consensus is 800 meters and higher density throughout the area. To gain access to the future permanent public transit fund, the feds are going to require an 800-meter radius and higher density housing throughout near LRT and post-secondary institutions. Next slide, please. Which brings me to the next point. We need to have outright support for mid-rise near post-secondary institutions. U of A, for example, is growing a lot, 16,000 over 10 years. That's equivalent to the population of Garneau, McKernan, Belgravia, and Windsor Park combined. It's more than that. So where will these students live? Well, I think that we should be allowing students to live close to the university for the reasons that I believe the VP external for McEwen said. Running out of time, so I'm going to go to the next slide. The last point is that node and corridor boundaries should be open to future changes to remain flexible. So this was a change that was put in the most recent draft that says that this map 3 in each of the district plans is the full extent of the nodes and corridors to 2 million people. I don't think this is a smart thing to be doing. I don't think we should be telling Edmontonians that these borders are set in stone until 2 million. Unexpected things will happen, and we shouldn't be tying our hands like this. Next slide, please. So we can't be giving Edmontonians false expectations about growth. We have to be making the tough decisions to permit more forms of housing in more places as we grow like never before. Next slide, please. So I'll just finish off by putting our recommendations back on the screen. Thank you for listening, and I hope you consider our recommendations. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Andrew Bembridge.
All right, good afternoon.
Yes, we can.
Hi. Oh, perfect. Okay. Hi, Andrew Bembridge from Grow Together Edmonton. Thanks to council and administration's hard work developing and engaging with the community over these last few years, building up from the city plan, zoning bylaw, and now district plans. So as Jacob mentioned, district plans do need supervision. So technically we're in opposition to the current draft aspects of these bylaws. So next slide, please. And there's a little bit about us, just to repeat the slide Jacob had. Next slide, please. So today, my presentation is focusing on the other half of our recommendations, and I added a bonus extra one. And based on some banter between councillors and our speakers, that sounds like we have some interest in the room for that. Next slide, please. So, like I said, with all due respect to the administration, we definitely need some revisions on this. And before we get too far into it, I just wanted to respond to some comments made by some speakers today. And I want to be clear with the language used in the meat, what I call the meat and potatoes of the district planning. Support, consider, mitigate, and discourage. None of these words block engagement, infringe, or disenfranchise, and don't trample anything at lower levels like the zoning bylaw. So don't worry, this is not blowing up years of legislation or statutory plans. So let's get into it and leave the delaying and the reconsiderations for years and years to come back at home. Our city's changing, and it's for the better. Next slide. Sorry, and just to back it, I went a little bit too far. The initial point on that slide was that essentially to speak about the line for the full extension noted corridors up to 2 million, that really locks us in to a lot of inorganic growth and things that are staged to be quite set for, and that's a lot of people coming in, for about 750,000 people coming in to meet that 2 million mark. That's a lot. So on this, for this slide, I just wanted to kind of really mock up using examples from other district plans. What if I snipped out my own neighborhood of Okentowin and placed it anywhere else in the city, especially south of the river, adjacent to the center city nodes? And what would it look like if I applied some of the rules that we have in place and why they are not great for conducive to growth? So if we look at this one for Okentowin, if we apply generously the boundaries of the urban mixed policies and secondary corridors and locked us in 2 million, we wouldn't get Okentowin in 10 years. We wouldn't get Okentowin almost ever if we applied these same rules and never changed them. And I personally fear that I don't want to lock in my neighborhoods, especially in the center city, to bring revitalization to our mature neighborhoods to that. Next slide, please. So yeah, like I said, no need to imagine what it would look like. Best case with Okentowin would have a long journey absent the rules present underneath Center City or the district nodes. And Okentowin's basically a district node all by itself, despite the fact that it's surrounded by other heavyweight district nodes or even major nodes at this point. Combined together, we call them Center City. I mocked up, also using the rules based on collectors and arterial roads, what would be actually supportive of beyond low-rise development. So when we say low-rise, we're talking about 4 stories or more. Currently, RS allows 3.5 stories, basically. We're going 1 more story up, and we would barely be able to fill in Okentowin, including the 400-meter TOD radius that's being adopted from the existing 2012 policy. Next slide, please. And next slide. So the urban mixed policies 25, 25, and 25, 26 receive a lot of attention. They're a great start, but they're being outmoded. We need to move beyond the 400-meter TOD radius. That's going to 800, like Jacob mentioned, becoming a new federal standard and overall federal standard for the rest of the country. We don't consider bike plan investments, and we have policy in the district policy already that supports this kind of activity. And we also make low-rise apartments kind of noise walls. We don't want to put poor people, force them all along noisy, polluted corridors. Next slide, please. So just as a quick demonstration, think of a chocolate bar, squishy nougat, hardened protected shell. Are we really achieving the goals in urban mix that we want to? And are we putting people in harm's way inadvertently? Next slide, please. So I want to introduce the idea of this trail-oriented development. We have lots of active transportation investments. Why aren't we tying them in? Why aren't we using them? It's a fundamental part of our transportation policy, part of the city plan, the bike plan. Why isn't it tied into district plans? And there's easy mechanisms to do that as part of all the different parts of 2.4 and 2.5. Next slide, please. Next slide. And a couple of those are just examples of the positive feedback loop and synergies you can build into our active transportation.
I am sorry.
And thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Dennis Thomas. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before you start the clock, can I just want to raise a point I was trying to raise this morning? I apologize for having...
Yeah, the clock will start when you start speaking, so please go ahead.
All right. Yeah. Well, I'll just explain. Yeah. What I was going to propose at the time was to try and organize the number of times I'm signed up to speak and compress it down into a 10-minute submission, but I take it you're not interested in that. So just to tell you why I'm speaking to you, I'm here to speak as a director of the North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society. My comments are directed at the effect of the proposed district plans on the River Valley bylaw, the existing one, and also on the zoning bylaw, the overlay. My concerns that I'm raising, and we're not opposing the adoption of district plans. We're just saying there are a number of points of clarification that should be made to avoid conflicts, that is legal conflicts, between the proposed district plan, proposed land uses really in the corridors, and the River Valley and ravine system. And these are laid out in my letter of May 27, 2024, and in that letter I outline or illustrate the point of conflict. Now, in making this point of conflict, I come at it from my background, which is a lawyer, did regulatory and land use work for 38 years before I went on the bench, and 15 years as a now King's Bench judge on the bench, looking at things like bylaws and interpreting them. What my comments are meant to do is to try and sort out conflicts so that you don't end up, and the city does not end up in legal disputes. It's not to oppose the district plan policy or many of the things you're trying to achieve, but it's to ensure or ask you to ensure that there isn't conflict built in between the proposed bylaw, the district plan bylaws, and the very important part of this city, which is the River Valley and the ravine system, which is governed by the two instruments I referred to. Now, in my letter, I don't know if you can, if you have that letter to hand, but what I did in that letter is outlined some of these conflicts, and they actually relate to conflicts that are apparent to me in my own neighborhood. My neighborhood is, we know it as Grote Estate. I know the city likes to call it Westmount, and in my letter, I outlined how the corridor along Stony Plain Road, which is outlined in pink, intrudes into environmental reserve parcels. It intrudes into lots that are subject to the overlay. That is the overlay which creates the setback requirements from the top of Bank. There is a whole ravine extension off of the east side of Grote Ravine that is totally covered by this, in part by this extended pink corridor. So my request and suggestion is that the district plans that abut the river be scrubbed to make sure that there are not these conflicts, because you're going to end up with, my prediction is, you're going to end up with property owners, developers, more likely speculators, saying I should be able to develop right up to the edge of the river valley because of your corridor, and that simply, I think, would be a recipe for conflict. So I'll leave it at that. As I say, I outlined my points in the May 27th letter, and so I'll just leave you to, if you wouldn't mind having a look at that and digest it. And I'm glad to answer any questions about the esoteric nature of how these conflicts arise.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we're going to go to Mary Gordon.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for welcoming public input on the district policy and district plans today. I'm going to try and keep my comments as straightforward as possible. So these are the things that I want to ask of you. Firstly, to remove proposed policy 2.5.2.6, part of the urban mix section, from the district policy document prior to any vote on it. And secondly, to engage in meaningful and authentic consultation with a number of the districts and neighborhoods that have expressed valid concerns about important implications of certain kinds of development along primary and secondary corridors and around nodes in certain districts. So firstly, 2.5.2.6 needs to be deleted, period, not amended. This section was apparently, and I'm following up on what was said by the EFCL, apparently added to the document after the period of public engagement had ended. Now that in and of itself is highly problematic, and I think it's anti-democratic based on your own rules and protocols concerning engagement. It's especially so given its quite radical and extreme nature, affecting potential unspecified heights of new developments that might be allowed anywhere in the city. With respect, this is not good process, and it contains highly problematic proposals that really take us far beyond what the district policy and plans originally were aimed at addressing. The Municipal Government Act requires open, fair, considerate, and equitable engagement, and this, I'm afraid, is the opposite of that. There's no understanding on the part of the public about the implications of developments that would presumptively proceed with the adoption of this section. Just even infrastructure in existing neighborhoods plus schools are two obvious examples. The district policy, I ask, should not go to a vote with this section in it. None of us really know what additional height means. Developers want clarity, but residents are not being offered any clarity by this policy. And any suggestion that it actually be amended to allow for a reduction in criteria must be soundly rejected. Change of this scale without public knowledge or input, awareness, breaches the public trust that the public must have in you as a democratically functioning municipal democracy. And secondly, before this district policy and these plans are voted on, I'm asking for there to be a much more meaningful and authentic engagement with certain neighborhoods that are affected. This can't be a one-size-fits-all exercise. We're capable of doing way better than that. For some neighborhoods, the metrics are too extreme and excessive in terms of width and corridors and proposed heights, and some it's not. Not every transit station is identical. The old transit-oriented development guidelines recognize that. Neighborhood context really matters. It's what makes Edmonton special. It's why people want to live here. What works for some primary corridors does not work in other areas of the city. Engagement means that we might actually try for some incredibly important balance in what we do, achieving a number of ends. Not just addressing and meeting the interests of the infill industry, but community leagues, volunteers, and residents who are not simply trying to maintain the status quo, but build a better new status quo in a positive fashion. Can we welcome people into our communities? Can we achieve increased densification? can we address aesthetics and design, making buildings that inspire rather than depress? Can we phase in the implementation of the district plans where neighborhoods have expressed legitimate concerns about the implications of massive growth? You know, I've heard Charles Moron's names mentioned a couple of times here. He talked about bottom-up development. He talked about incremental development. And to many people, this feels like vanilla, one-size-fits-all, top-down development. I think we can do better. We can maintain neighborhood feeling and community spirit, not just talk about it, but actually demand steps to achieve environmental resilience. And please, let's stop assuming that simply increasing supply achieves affordability. This mantra is demonstrably not true. It's sort of magical thinking. And there are many cities in North America in which densification has achieved the opposite, simply inflation of land values and rampant speculation. And that's not something that I want for our city. I want us to do better by meeting a variety of interests, and I think it's entirely possible.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Stacy Bula. No. Jan Harstaff?
Yes, I have some slides. Could they be brought up, please? Edmonton declared a climate emergency in 2019. This has been followed by increasing frequency and severity of climate-related events. How effective will the district policy be in directing future public and private development to adapt to climate change by reducing carbon emissions and achieving climate resilience? Next slide. The Climate Resilience Planning and Development Framework is currently being developed to integrate climate action throughout the planning continuum and ensure climate adaptation and mitigation can be further embedded in the zoning bylaw. The city has said every planning and development decision is a climate decision. Therefore, the Climate Resilience Planning and Development Framework must also be embedded in district policy, which will direct future growth. Slide, please. A review with a climate lens exposes a couple of key gaps. First, district policy application appears limited to the public realm. At least it's not clear where it's applied to the private realm. Next slide. For example, Policy Section 2.2, Energy Transition and Climate Adaptation, provides intention to reduce carbon emissions and achieve climate resilience to help Edmonton grow to become a sustainable city. Sounds great, but the devil's in the details. Policy 2215 says, encourage emission and neutral buildings, mobility and utilities infrastructure through renewable energy projects, retrofits, and efficiency improvements. This seems to be limited to city-owned buildings and infrastructure and not clearly applied to future private sector development. How will we meet greener as we grow targets, a budget of 135 megatons of carbon and zero emissions by 2050 if district planning policy is not applied to the private sector development, requiring their contribution towards meeting these goals? Policy 2218 states, incorporate climate resilience considerations into the design of municipal or city-owned buildings and infrastructure, clearly limiting its application to the public realm. This policy is quite clearly limiting. Next slide, please. General Policy 2551 states, expand the urban tree canopy by increasing tree plantings in parks and along roadways, including local and collector roads internal to neighborhoods. Again, policy limited to the public realm. Administration recommended in the City Plan Big Move Target Measurement Report to Executive Committee in February that it would make more sense to have a target to increase tree canopy citywide, which is what other cities aspire to and measure. Next slide, please. We must expand tree canopy citywide. 2023 research by U of A's Dr. Agrawal, there I provided a link in my letter, which compared spatiotemporal changes in Edmonton over the last 2 decades, shows a 15% decline in vegetative cover and significant increases in urban heat island effect, most notably since 2010. By 2021, the map on the bottom right, the map's literally waving a red flag of warning. The report concludes this is directly related to increased development imperviousness. Next slide, please. Other cities like Metro Vancouver, where 660 people died in 2021 of heat-related causes, are drawing the connection between environmental risk and impervious development. See Regional Canopy and Impervious Surfaces report, which is linked to in the letter. We need policy focused on expanding tree canopy citywide and mitigating the risks from impervious development increases. Next slide, please. The second gap is that district policy does not effectively mitigate environmental risk. Section 2.5.5, Physical and Environmental Risk Management, is limited in application to oil and gas exploration. There is an absence of effective policy to manage environmental risks associated with increased development imperviousness and the knock-on effects. This risk will be worsened by increasing severity and frequency of climate-related events that are breaking records annually and will result in increased further economic, social, and health risks being experienced by cities related to global warming. Next slide, please. Please consider the following recommendations as a subsequent motion. Ensure district policy is effective in integrating climate action throughout the planning continuum and applied citywide to future public and private sector development. Ensure adaptation to climate change, climate resilience, carbon reduction, and energy transition. Management of environmental risk and associated economic and social risks. And finally, alignment with the climate resilience planning and development framework. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Beb Zabat.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Scona District Community Council. The final draft district policy includes the unexpected, I should say, new policy 2526, which encourages taller buildings within neighborhoods and taller buildings in the nodes and corridors, taller than suggested by the city plan. The new clause was introduced by city administration based on recent rezonings outside nodes and corridors and not based on public input. There was no public engagement on this. Thus, Scona District Community Council strongly recommends that proposed policy 2526 be removed from the proposed district policy document prior to voting on the district policy at this public hearing. And we recommend that admin conduct an awareness campaign and meaningful public engagement on the proposed policy before council even considers adoption of a revised draft 2526. Include as part of the engagement access to legible and current maps of neighborhoods showing the sites that meet the criteria in the draft policy for additional height. The lack of public engagement is not the only reason to delete this policy. This policy undermines the implementation of the city plan by encouraging investments outside of nodes and corridors, outside the very backbone of the city plan. Private investments will go to the scattered, higher intensity redevelopments within neighborhoods, and public investments in costly underground infrastructure upgrades will eventually be necessary. It weakens the district policy. Without this policy 2526, the district policy provides guidance for the scale of development appropriate within nodes and corridors. But with this new policy, there is no guidance because the new policy encourages an undefined additional height in nodes and corridors beyond what the city plan states. This policy also misses the missing middle. And we've heard from lots of young people that they want the missing middle. Daniel Perlick coined the term missing middle and defined it as diverse housing options, such as 2.5, maybe to 3-story row housing and multiplexes having 4 to 8 units in house-scale buildings, which fit seamlessly into existing residential neighborhoods and support walkability, local serving retail, and public transportation options. This is now possible in Edmonton through the new small-scale zones, which allow a variety of 3-story small-scale multi-unit developments, including small apartments on any existing house lot in Edmonton. Instead of encouraging missing middle housing, which apparently is in demand, policy 2526 encourages upzoning to taller apartments. Now, why don't we just give time for the new small-scale zones to reach some of the growth targets we want in our districts? And finally, this new policy creates uncertainty and insecurity for Edmonton residents living in old and new neighborhoods where this would be applied. Policy 2526 invites blockbusting, which can happen quickly, as it has in Windsor Park, and it happens without any consideration for the loss of affordable housing or loss of community for those forced to move. This is not incremental, well-planned neighborhood change. And finally, this policy erodes confidence in the whole district planning policy. We were told it was all about nodes and corridors, and now we say we encourage taller buildings everywhere. Please remove policy 2526. Follow the city plan by directing investments to nodes and corridors, especially in areas with vacant land. The new zoning bylaw has effectively upzoned every property in the city. There is no need to rush into further upzoning outside nodes and corridors. And give property owners, architects, planners, and builders time to be creative and develop the missing middle. And above all, please don't create any more uncertainty for Edmonton residents. We heard this morning that the development industry is asking for the same. They're asking for certainty, predictability, nothing wishy-washy. They want clarity, and residents are asking for the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Heather Swain.
My name is Heather D. Swain, and I live in Park Allen in the smallest strata co-op in Alberta. Strata co-op means I own my own unit, which I purchased in 2022, and I cooperatively own the land with the other 5 units. This March marks the 30th anniversary of the Meridian Co-op, which has been doing exactly what the city and other levels of government have trying to do. We created affordable housing. We are a quiet success story, proving that coming together we are stronger. So many of our past and present members are local artists like myself, who alone could never have owned a home. Now I do. We are in the middle building of 3 1954 buildings designed by the famous Canadian architects of Walbridge and Emery. We have renovated and revitalized it, a new roof, E-grade windows, redone our foundations. We have 9 veggie gardens, 3 fruit trees, composting and rain retention, 6 flower gardens for bees and butterflies, and 4 mature trees. We are exactly what your city plan says Edmonton wants, a vibrant community making city life feel less anonymous and more personal. And yet, 2.5.26 puts all that in jeopardy. If you build it, whatever it is, they will come. Fact, Edmonton population will grow to 2 million. If you build consciously with critical long-term thinking and visionaries with knowledge about growth patterns and the history of understanding human behavior, they will come, they will stay, they will contribute, they will thrive, and a planned neighborhood on paper becomes a vibrant community that evolves, shifts, changes, people flow in and out or stay for a lifetime, and it becomes a living community. Fact, Edmonton already has that in Park Allen. Park Allen is a 70-year-old success story built in 1950 by Edmonton's first ever city planner, Noel Buckland Dent. Its original design and majority of the buildings are still evident and functioning today, a testament to great city planning. We have well-kept apartment buildings by owners who take pride in the community and provide affordable rental units. We have 2 modern condos built to design so that they feel as if they belong. We have old apartments turned into condos. We have a dentist, a baker, early learning center, wellness center, tattoo artists, 2 coffee shops, a hairstylist, and an ice cream shop where the owners end their day by locking up their doors and walking around the corner to their home. But we also have a newly built condo, built right to the property lines with no common shaded green space to share, and the only high fence on the street, keeping them disengaged from the rest of us, making it feel more anonymous and less personal, the exact opposite of your city's plan, and yet in lines with 2.5, 2.6. My ask of you today is to re-look at the 2.5, 2.6 from the lens of a developer who is not invested in our city, my neighborhood, or your new districts, and doesn't just live around the corner, and then visualize the worst case scenario of densification that they could create for their own financial gain and not for Edmonton's future at all. And then take a moment and think of the best case scenario where you designate Park Allen as a historically recognized living community and a test ground for maintaining healthy urban growth, and engage architects to work alongside credited experts and other critical thinking residents to design a bottom-up plan to reach the population growth that Park Allen and the city are asking for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and 20 years, and then search for developers and builders who want to also ensure Park Allen's success for another 70 years. Step back, look at those very two different scenarios, and decide which one you would be most proud to say, we made that happen on our watch. Thank you for your time and consideration of my request.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Connor Smith or Smythe? Smith? Thank you so much for joining us.
I'd like to talk about the utilities infrastructure 421, particularly the underground infrastructure, and particularly the stormwater sewer system and the sanitary sewer system. And I live in Park Allen also. These systems were designed based on a population of 2,500 people. In some areas, the sewers have been combined in order to save costs during construction. But the city did, however, install all the underground piping prior to any construction of houses, school, or the apartments. And this is the way to do it. The stormwater sewer system, the calculations for the size of pipe in this system are based on the rainwater runoff from roads, roofing, garage pads, concrete pads, and sidewalks, while trees, grass, and garden areas will absorb some of this rainwater. The proposed new zoning will mean that the rainwater runoff into the storm sewer piping will increase. I believe that new engineering calculations should be made in light of this increase. The updated design calculations should be based on the new proposed zoning. Comparison of these updated designs with the existing system will show if the existing storm sewer piping is capable of handling any increase. Regarding the sanitary sewer system, the calculations for the size of pipe for this system are based on the number of people in a residence, number of showers, toilets, washing machines, dishwashers, etc. The new zoning proposal will greatly increase the number of residents, which will affect the existing system. I believe also that new engineering calculations are now required for this proposed increase in effluent flow. The updated design calculations should be based on the new proposed zoning and the population that's going to bring. Comparison of these updated designs with the existing system will show if the existing sanitary sewer piping is capable of handling any increase. And in conclusion, I would like to remind the City Council of the tragic accident that happened during a violent rainfall in Millwoods on June the 24th, 1983. The stormwater sewer backed up, and this backed up pressure blew some manhole covers off. The streets were flooded like a big wading pool. A 10-year-old boy named Stephen Clark was playing with other children near his Millwoods home when swirling waters dragged him into the open manhole. His remains were not found until 10 days later at Fort Saskatchewan. It seems that in order to save money, the two sewers were combined into one pipe in some areas, and the designs that were used back in when Millwoods was being developed, the designs were outdated. They never updated the designs, and they were using incorrect rainfall averages. So I would ask, in order to avoid such a tragedy once again occurring, I request that you consider my recommendation that either of these sewer systems need upgrading, the time to do it is now and before any major new construction is allowed to begin. And I'm sure there are many other areas that have the same underground infrastructure as Park Allen. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. So that concludes the presentations from this panel. And we have about 10 minutes remaining. Councillor Wright?
I was just wondering if Mr. Thomas needed some extra time to finish his presentation.
No, can't do that. You got to ask questions.
Point of order. There's Stacy seems to be online.
Was
now.
other?
Is one of the speakers?
Just don't let me see if I can. I'll go through the list then. Rick Pelcher, Sylvia Van Loveran, Anne Renaud, Stacy Bula, Stacy Bula.
She does appear to be online, but having some technical difficulties.
We can see. Can you mute yourself, please? Unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself? Can you hear me? Nod your head if you can. Oh, they're frozen now. While they're connecting, can you please explain me what our process is going to be for tomorrow?
Absolutely, Mayor. So upon the conclusion of this panel, we have 3 more panels and then 1 final panel for anyone that was called but wasn't able to attend. And then you will head into questions of administration. I'd like to turn it over to Kim Petrin for a brief moment, just to offer you some comments on what direction they are hoping for.
I'll actually pass it to Jesse for the legal advice around process, but we're just recognizing there's a number of speakers for items past 3.1 and 3.2 that we might want to work through in advance of decisions. So Jesse, I'll pass to you to just share the options for council.
Yes, so thank you, Kim. So there are 3 options, as I think it was Councillor Paquette rightly pointed out earlier, that you can approve, refer, or refuse the bylaws. If council looks to refuse the bylaws, that can be done at any time throughout this process by effectively not approving the motions to approve the bylaws. So a wordy way of saying that. But in terms of an approve or refer the bylaws, the steps would be as follows in my mind. So step 1 would be to go through 3.1 and 3.2, which you guys are in the process of doing. Hear from speakers, go to questions of administration on these bylaws, go to questions for clarification, put first reading on the floor, but do not close the public hearing at that time. Then you can pull forward 3.3 and go through that same process. So just to reiterate, hear from the speakers on 3.3, questions of administration, questions for clarification, put first reading on the floor, and do not close the public hearing. You would then proceed in that order, or in that manner, pardon me, for all of the packages.
Yep.
And keeping the public hearings open. Then councillors may make motions to amend the bylaws, and I suggest we do this in a systematic way, going through each package in the order in which they appear on the agenda. And then you close all the public hearings after you've done all those amendments. Okay, and this is where it sort of diverges. So this is the same process for a referral or an approval. Now it sort of splits into 2. Okay, for a referral, you would then, after the public hearing was closed, have a motion to refer the district plan packages and district plans to back to administration with some direction to administration, whatever that looks like, if you wanted to provide direction on the referral. If you sought to continue on with these bylaws. I say approve, but really these can only go to second reading, so keep that in mind. But you can give first and second reading to the district policy package, so 3.1 and 3.2, and then move on to 3.3, give first and second reading, and move through the rest of the bylaws in that manner.
Okay, got it.
I'm happy to answer any questions, because and I'm obviously here the whole public hearing to provide any direction as we move through this, but wanted to give those options, and so council kind of understands the lay of the land as they move forward with this.
I think it will be very helpful if it's possible to put that on a piece of paper, right? I know it's going to take some time, but I think it'll be more clarity if that is done, because if we don't approve, I understand that process.
Yeah.
So referral is do all the work that needs to be done, move the first reading, right? Then
Keep the public hearing open.
or keep then go to the next item.
Yeah.
Go to the next item. Go to the next item. Deal with all of them, then come back to the first item.
Yeah.
If there are any amendments, make those amendments. Right, then refer back, because with amendments, we have to refer it back, because that's my understanding.
We just have to make sure we close the public hearing
Yes,
in there, Mr. Mayor, but I will be here to guide you through that process.
Okay, cool, good, all right. Okay, so that brings us to 4:55. I'll check once again if Speaker Stacy Bula, are you ready?
I am, thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. My name's Stacy Bula, and I've lived in Belgravia for 8 years, and then in Westridge, Wolf Willow for 16 years. So 24 years together in Edmonton. My children, my family still live in Edmonton, and they call it home. I volunteered in my community, spearheaded 2 new playgrounds in our community, and managed many fun events. We had or have a Jewish, Muslim, and very diverse community, and we were all able to get together and celebrate, and we respected holy days, communication, and of course, we got together with excellent, appropriate food. We didn't have to be told to do it or strategically planned to do it. So I've always been proud of Edmonton, and I've defended it my whole life. It's a beautiful place to call home, and I love our river valley. I attended meetings way back when I was in Belgravia about the walkable communities with the LRT expansion that was in the distant future, and understand very well the protective measures that the mature neighborhood overlay provided to the character of many areas in the city. They were put in place to ensure that the community had a voice, and the charm and allure was respected. It feels like much of this is being thrown away with some sense of urgency. Why? 15-minute planning is what we essentially already have. Sadly, the direction that the city has been going in the last 8 years has changed my opinion of how I feel about Edmonton. I'm watching all of the 5G technology go up, and each of them contribute an additional 1,124% increase of microwave frequency exposure levels to us. Surveillance cameras everywhere, terrible construction that never seems to hit completion dates, and an increase in crime and zombie drug humans increasing. And 2 murders that were behind our synagogue, a homeless man and a Somalian fellow, that was in a short time span. So we decided to leave. I decided to leave. During my heart-wrenching journey of trying to decide whether I should stay or should I go, I decided to investigate what was going on, because information is powerful. And I do believe that we can get our city back, and it's not too far gone. I spoke with high-ranking EPS officials, and they are also being disheartened, just as I am, towards the consequences that are being handed out to the criminals that continually are harming society. And it's like a blind eye is being turned. They literally have been risking their lives for criminals just to get released and not even dealt with, based on ethnic overlooking. Create a problem, offer a solution. I researched the state of surveillance that's going up around our city, and that has been projects in collaboration with the University of Alberta to implement surveillance and data collection on us. I've also been paying attention to some of the projects with graphene in the concrete that is going in Anthony Henday. And this product is made graphene by CO2. Does everybody on the panel understand that CO2 actually, as a commodity, is in high demand? A byproduct that you can create is graphene, and it trades at over $200,000 a ton currently. There is a huge profit that that can be made by capturing CO2. And this is where the environmental narrative is starting to break down. Create a problem and then offer the solution. I researched the C40 and the progress of when and how this all came to play with Don Iveson first attending the climate conference in 2007 under Mandel's watch, and he took over the reins with the large commitments to ICLEI that falls under the C40 mayors. The Smart City agenda, environmentalism, and DEI all come together in a perfectly orchestrated offering. The sustainable policies started hitting Edmonton as the buzzword in 2010 after an organization named REEV, who also works with the United Nations and our federal government, coincidentally, started implementing sustainable planning. And here we are today. No one in the government wants to lose their job, and people don't want to speak up. And that's why the citizens in the streets are starting to rise. And we need you to hear us. And you're not hearing us. It doesn't feel like you are. No one remembers.
I'm sorry,
Mayor Daryl.
that's it. Sorry, 5 minutes are up, and everybody gets 5 minutes to have their presentation. So with that, we are at 5 p.m. We will start the meeting tomorrow.
Mayor, so we only have one speaker, so one councillor with questions. So I would make a motion, if nobody else is clicking on, to extend to finish this panel.
I have questions as well.
Well, if there's two, I would still make a motion to extend for 10 minutes to finish this panel, so we can be expeditious.
I need to check with clerk.
Yep. We can do 10 minutes.
Okay,
10 minutes, okay.
Motion for 10 minutes.
Good, okay, good. Okay, Councillor Cardinal.
Let's shoot for less. Thank you for being here. Mr. Smythe, you raised concerns in broad and general terms about the sewer systems. Are your concerns just about Park Allen or about the system generally?
About Park Allen because I live there, but also for all other regions that have the same designs and the same construction, more or less time frame that Park Allen had.
So,
the same thing is going to happen with every neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. We just need you to lean in towards the mic.
I'm afraid the same outcome will happen with every neighborhood if it's increased too much.
So, in the form of a question, are you aware of an EPCOR report that came to Utility Committee in August of 2021?
Aware of which?
A report by EPCOR to City Council's Utility Committee that came in October of 2020, or in August of 2021. You can find it on their website. It speaks to all of the mitigation efforts that EPCOR is making to eliminate essentially cross-contamination between the two sewer systems.
Yes, but that does not address the big population increase for sanitary sewers.
So there's, it depends on the community that you're in, but did you know that Park Allen has roughly 2/3 to 3/4 the number of residents that it did when it was first constructed?
I'm aware of that, but I'm also would like to see, has EPCOR done a new design based on the new zoning, which would, I'm not sure what the population is, maybe 10,000 people?
I don't think it's 10, but again, in the form of a question, would it surprise you to know that EPCOR will be presenting new information on how they are refining their designs on the sanitary and storm system at Utility Committee coming on January 24th?
It would, and who did EPCOR employ to do the report?
Well, they have, it's not for me to answer questions, but would it surprise you to know that EPCOR has a pretty large team of experts that are running the system, and that they're relying on new information and data, which includes, for instance, that water consumption per person is down less than 70% of what the design standards would have been even 20 years ago.
that's good news.
Yeah.
And I would like to see the report when it's completed. And,
So you live in Park Allen, so I'm not sure whose ward that is, but I'm happy to connect you to those reports if nobody else does. Might be Councillor Jans. We'll make sure that you have that connection, but I think I need you to inquire to our office so I can share that directly with you. I can't just take your name off the list.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. You raised some good questions, but I think I've got really good answers for you. To Ms. Gordon, I'm just going to be really quick. I think I understand the concerns with Glenora. One of them is engagement, and I think there's a sense that there was not an opportunity for in-person engagement over the last several years. Is that fair?
Well,
That's one piece.
I'm actually not speaking here on behalf of Glenora.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, then, that's fine. I'll, no more questions then. I'll refer to, when we go to the district plan, I'll ask somebody from the community league. Then, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. My bad. I forgot to call for the vote. So Councillor Knack moved it. And Councillor Paquette seconded it, and please vote to extend the order.
Councillor Stevenson is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Councillor Salvador is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Escribe.
Councillor James is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans, do we have you?
Councillor Jans is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
And can we please record Councillor Hamilton as no, because she would have voted no if she was available.
We'll mark her absent. We can't vote her no when she's not present, but we will mark her absent.
Yeah, thank you.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
I have the chair.
Thank you. Maybe start with the Speaker Zabat. You mentioned, or one of your colleagues mentioned, that delete 2.5, 2.5, as well as 2.5 and 2.6, right?
We really were talking about 2.5.
Also 2.5 and 2.5, right?
Well, 2.5 relates to, no, I didn't talk about that one.
I know,
It
I
just
can't
relates
remember
to
who.
low-rise development within neighborhoods, yeah.
Okay, maybe I forgot to.
But go ahead, I can answer.
What I want to know, like, those are the two clauses that were included later on in the process, right? And
2.5, 25
Yeah.
was in the original, but in the final, there was this additional 2526.
yes, okay, the similar concerns that EFCL has raised. Do you have the similar concerns, or you would like the entire clause to be deleted?
Oh, I see what you're getting at, I see. We ask that if you are wanting to consider something similar to 2526, that it should go for public engagement so that it can be refined. We in Park Allen, we did a survey to see what people thought of that policy, and there was 80% against it, which was higher than the development of the secondary corridors, which are all a concern. If you had a referendum, it certainly wouldn't pass, let's put it that way.
Got it. And, okay, that's clear to me on that. So you don't have do you have any concerns on 2525, which is support low-rise development, residential, commercial mixed in locations outside of nodes and corridors that meet at least one of the criteria that has been identified in that?
Well, it's not one of our major concerns. We've seen it before.
Yeah.
People have, it's been involved in public engagement, yes, and people do have concerns about it, but at least people had at least those who knew to engage had an opportunity to speak to it at least.
Got it. Okay, cool. That's it. I will take the chair back.
The chair is yours.
So this concludes the questions to panel 4. And tomorrow morning, we will start with panel 5. And until then, we are on recess, and we will start our conversation tomorrow morning.